Hello everyone, welcome to Little History. As always, I am Adam. We are finishing up Steelrising today. I have been having so much fun with this game, but we've got a lot of other games coming out, so it's time to finish up our main playthrough. This will not be the last time we visit this game. There is DLC promised, and also some folks have reached out and are interested in being shown around the game, so that'll still be happening sometime in the coming months. But we got a lot to get done in our main playthrough. I've got some notes here, and goals we're going to try and finish up the main story, and also sum up what the heck the game is doing. So this should be an extremely good time. So if you like this, do make sure you're followed, and if you miss any of this, it'll be on Twitch for 2 weeks and on YouTube after that. Alright, if you are watching the VOD, we appreciate you, but also come join us live, because we got some huge projects coming up in the last few weeks. So, it is going to be a lot of fun, and I hope you will all join us for all of those. Without further ado though, let's get started with Steelrising. Also chat, I will say I timed that music excellently. Okay. Now, first and most important thing is we need to figure out how the heck to get out of here. Because, you know, I do not want to move on. Quite yet, because we have some things to turn in. Hey. Heck. You saw me. Ow. We are really chugging today? Ugh. There's nothing I can actually do about that. Like, unfortunately, there is genuinely ow. There's genuinely nothing I can do about the chugging, because it is purely just my internet and or my something in my hardware does not like it, and I can't make it better. Like, it is as good as it gets. The salsa stream was chugging too, and you thought you were cursed? Well, I can promise you you're not cursed. I just can't promise you that we're actually gonna have any luck with these problems. Ah, there we go. Ugh. I see what you mean though, the chug is extremely real. Hopefully it'll be better in other areas, because it does seem to be a little bit, search plus stuff, okay. I think La Cité first. And... or Place Dauphine? Place Dauphine. My French is still not good. Of the many things I looked up, how to pronounce French was not one of them. So... I'm afraid that will be... something you will have to suffer through. After all, it loses the fun factor if I actually know what I'm doing. I'm doing great? Uh-huh. Sure I am. I appreciate the support, but don't lie to me. I know what my, quality of French pronunciation is, and it is, not the worst. That's much more like it. Let's see. We should be able to cross Pont Neuf here, and then be in the right spot. I think this is how that works. I don't fully remember. Yeah! There we go. A list of men and volunteers who have listed in the National Guard. Colonel Amah, the most senior officer, is on the first line. Can I open this yet? No. Tragic.
Yellow cartridges. A conspirator's secret sign.
Da da da.
It was most certainly a conspiracy. There's no doubt about that. But those involved shared the same fate as the rest of them. I should keep looking around Place Dauphine.
Da da da. So, if anyone missed last week, what happened is that Ma has accused Lafayette of sending the National Guard to their deaths with a bunch of conspirators who were marked with yellow cartridges.
The commanding officer was spared. Lafayette didn't hand over his army to the king. This must certainly be Colonel Armand. I should keep looking around Place Dauphine.
So, yeah.
Headquarters at the Pont au Change. By all appearances, it's not official. Most likely an underground hiding place that can be entered from the riverbank. I'll try to track down Capitaine Lefebvre. If he and his men withdrew to the Société des Amis des Noirs, he must have gone towards the shadow.
Hello, Myth Nerd. It is good to see you.
For certain. I doubt any of them survived the retreat.
Okay. So, Lafayette appears to be at least partially innocent of what he was accused of. Right. Whatever's going on, it was not official, and therefore not proposed by Lafayette. I'm curious what you mean by what the game is doing and why the robots don't ruin it. Partially, Grand Chicken Lord, that is a response to the Steam forums that insist that because the game has robots, it cannot be historical. But also, right, the game's history is messy. I think beyond a shadow of a doubt, we can say that it is a very messy take on history. And let me elaborate on in the ways in which it is messy. So, in the game, we found Ma in hiding on the accusation that Lafayette wants him dead. Right, so he is hiding in the mines off the coast of the city because Lafayette wants, or not off the coast, to the north of the city, words are hard, because Lafayette wants to kill him. This is a thing that happened, but there is a but here. It is a thing that happened in 1791. The reason why is that Lafayette, at one point, right about 1791, Lafayette is in charge of protecting the royal family from, both escaping and from people who want them dead in the at their home in the Tuileries. Right, so they've been displaced from Versailles. They are in the Louvre, in Paris, and they are like, oh yes, Lafayette and the National Guard are defending us. In 1791, there is an attack or really a protest, outside of the Tuileries that escalates to the point where Lafayette orders the National Guard to fire upon the crowd to disperse them. The exact number of damages that this caused is unclear, but could be as high as a couple dozen. Marat is completely reasonable, and not at all an extremist, and so he accuses he says in his, basically a tabloid, that 400 bodies were dumped into the Seine after the attack. No, guys, that's just how the stream is. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. It is a hardware optimization problem on the game's end, and so it is not uploading to the stream correctly. Unfortunately, there's not a lot I can do about it. It's just this game that has that problem. Game programmed fine. Game just not optimized well. Ow. That was an axe to the face. Probably should have seen that coming. But yeah. The number, Ma having 4 accusing Lafayette of killing 400 people and dumping their bodies in the Seine is completely absurd. And so Lafayette was extremely unhappy with him, and his supporters tried to hunt Marat down, forcing him into exile. That occurred in 1791. This game is set 4 days after the tennis court oaths.
There's a lock that requires some combination of 4 letters. I should follow Capitaine Lefebvre's footsteps. He and his men withdrew to the Société des Amis de Noir. They must have gone towards the Châtelet. I doubt they survived their retreat.
Dang it. I've gotten ahead of myself. Well, that's fine. Right. So the game says it takes place in July of 1789. When all evidence suggests that what they're actually doing is blending events from 1789 to 1794 quite freely. Yes, ZX, you did hear that correctly. The tennis court oath is a event in, late June? I think it's June 20th, 1789. Where the National Assembly of the Third Estate, after initially being assembled by Louis XVI for a reformist constitution, they go above and beyond, and the Third Estate basically lock themselves in to a social club and tennis court, hence the name, and say that they will not leave until France has a new constitution. In the fiction of the game, 4 days later, Louis XVI rolls up with a robot army and forcibly disperses them. Sorry, Ailey, what it means is, retreating to the Société. So, backing up like, physically retreating from, Place Dauphine to, uh, the location of the Société on Rue Honoré. So, they mean it entirely literally this time. The Quartier de Saint. Yeah, did not realize the French took tennis that seriously. Yes. Turns out, don't want to mess with them. Oh, there's where we're going.
The poor souls. They died just steps from their goal. York. What does that mean?
Okay. Why? Are we secretly I mean, we're not so secretly English. Have you heard our voices? But are we secretly English? Are we doing the Wars of the Roses? White Roses Forever? And all that jazz? Heck. I mean, it would be funny. It would be very funny if this is an English conspiracy.
Okay, good. The lock opened. The headquarters. This place must be studied carefully.
Alright.
This document bears the signature of the Marquis de Lafayette. So the rumors were true. The Garde Nationale wasn't formed spontaneously. All of this was carefully orchestrated.
Jean the
It is high
Dauphin
time
Louis
the Marquis de Lafayette explained himself.
They vowed to pursue the same at any cost and sacrifice their lives. Veterans of the Santonge Regiment stationed at the Hotel des Invalides will form a national guard that will publicly free themselves from royal control. What? Interesting. Interesting. So, the Garde Nationale already existed. Like, they're not. The rebellion from royal control happens eventually, but like even as late as like mid 1790, Lafayette is still publicly swearing with the Garde Nationale to support the king or to protect the king's life. So, you know, that's interesting. They're doing weird things with the Garde Nationale. To all officers, I insist yet again on necessary putting a stop to the actions of Citizen Marat, who continues to invade justice. No matter how successful our military actions are, we will be unable to restore public peace as long as the troublemaker remains free to sow the seeds of discord. Therefore, during our operations, be careful that the person concerned does not take advantage of the chaos to slip through our fingers. Hooray! The arrest order from 1791. We, the officers, soldiers, and veterans of the Santonge Regiment, liberators of the American peoples, for our allegiance to General de Lafayette, the only man in this kingdom. Again, no. I mean, that's fair. Not trusting Louis XVI in the fiction of this game is very fair. But within the historical French Revolution, Lafayette is ambitious, but he's not this. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Lafayette is, really, extremely, in this period, extremely, ambitious, and very much, interested in maintaining peace and social stability. But not quite like this, right? Not in the sense of Lafayette wants to set himself up as a king, but rather, right, Lafayette wants to set up a constitutional monarchy. Right? He wants a constitutional monarchy wherein the property rights of the nobility are largely preserved. And he does want to ensure the succession of the Bourbon continues. Like, everything seems to suggest right now that he does want the, that he does want Louis Joseph to be the next king after Louis XVI. But, not to the, I think, not to the point that he is trying to, like, take the throne himself. Like, he turns down several major political positions, on the grounds of either, not quite liking them, right? Or because the form of government that offered it to him is not Republican enough for his taste. Like, he turns down a really high public office under Napoleon because he said that he would have accepted it only if it was offered to him by a, Republican parliament. And he turns down the governorship of the Louisiana Territory offered to him by Jefferson on the grounds that he wants to be French. Lafayette is a nobleman and is very interested in preserving significant political rights in his own right, but not raising himself up as the ruler of France. Well, so
Monsieur le Marquis,
I'm listening, Aegis.
we got a couple of problems.
I spoke with Monsieur Marat and Monsieur Laclos.
Ah, the scoundrels. Did you force them to confess? Do you know what they did with the children?
They admitted to organizing the ambush at Gros Caillou.
Cursed recreants.
Tragic.
Cowardly corrupters of innocence. Where are they holding their prisoners? They must be rescued immediately.
They do not have Charlotte and the Dauphin.
Excuse me? They dare.
That was so British. Holy
It is
moly.
the truth. The ambush was a catastrophe. The king had gotten wind of your plans. Automats from Versailles slaughtered the kidnappers and seized the children. By now, the children will have been reunited with their father. There is little doubt about that.
Mon Dieu. Then it is from the clutches of that tyrant in his own palace that they must be saved. I fear that such an undertaking is doomed to failure, although there is no question of giving up.
Some of those facial animations are a lot, but that's fine.
Monsieur le Marquis, there is a most unfortunate rumor.
There are so many rumors going around.
Oh, just one.
See, Lafayette
You are
knows.
accused of having delivered the troops who had gathered in the Place Dauphine over to the king.
Calumny. This is nothing less than vile slander.
Save your breath, General. The rumor is true. I can prove it. There's no point in trying to defend yourself. I know that you raised the National Guard for the sole purpose of taking command of it. There was nothing spontaneous about the uprising.
Do you have any evidence to support your accusations?
I do. I have the manifesto.
Bon sang.
Well,
Some accuse you of harboring a lust for power. The
how are they going to do
circumstances
this?
your
Because...
age.
These aspersions are all too familiar to me. But tell me, if I wanted the crown for myself,
Alright, so
why
here's
did
how
I
they're going to
not
navigate
when I
this.
returned from America, when I had seasoned troops at my command and the people sang my praises with one voice. No, that makes no sense. Though I readily admit that I do believe I am worthy of fulfilling an important role for the Queen after her son is crowned. Lieutenant General of the Kingdom, for example. Or even, if circumstance requires, the Regent.
Who were your accomplices?
My brothers in arms, the brave men of the Régiment de Saintonge, veterans of the American War, men who at the Battle of Yorktown brought an empire to its knees. Alas, we gravely underestimated the enemy's forces. We thought we would face an infantry supported by a handful of machines, but an entire army of automats. It was unthinkable.
Why resort to this manipulation?
This is a good question.
Understand what I have done. I did for the good of the kingdom.
Lafayette, don't say
I
that.
wanted to stop this massacre while protecting the Queen and the Dauphin. In the name of the people, Aegis. But an actual uprising of the people would have inevitably led to disaster. Only professional soldiers could organize and lead the resistance. Voila. Now you know everything. I haven't left anything out. However, this truth, if it were made public, would play right into my enemy's hands. So I ask you not to reveal anything I've just told you, and to give me the manifesto.
Chat, do we obey or do we refuse? But this does seem to be a case where our choices actually matter. But do we obey or do we refuse? Is Lafayette more or less based? So, right, at least I recognize he liked power. Yeah, that's fair. He certainly did, right? He was a nobleman. And I think it was Lieutenant General, that was the job that Napoleon eventually offered him. So, you know, he certainly was not opposed to that position as such. But, you know, it's a bit, Because, yeah, he does not want to be king, per se, but he certainly does want to be in a position of high political authority. And there were several times where he easily could have gotten that. But, right, in 1791, late in the year, he actually resigns from the Garde Nationale, and then, like, retreats to outside of Paris, and just, like, does not get involved in the rest of the French Revolution. He has to flee to Austria for a hot second, until 1797, but is eventually ransomed and reunited with his immediate family, who all managed to survive, which is delightful. What do we have to gain by telling Robespierre? I don't know. What do we have to gain by telling Robespierre? Right, it is safe to assume that Robespierre would use this to denounce the moderate Republican wing, or the, I guess, constitutional monarchy wing of the French Revolution, and to uphold the need of a full Jacobin restructuring of government. Like, it would ruin Lafayette's reputation, probably irreparably, and force him to retire. So, yeah. You say obey. Alright, one definitive vote. Also, while we're talking about Lafayette, I think I finally figured out where his association in this game with Marie Antoinette comes from, and it is from the uprising of October 5th, 1789, that forces the royal family out of Versailles. So, This is known as the October Days or the October Women's March, because it actually is led by the female citizenry of Paris. And so it's a crowd of protesting women marches on Versailles. The Garde Nationale follows them, and then as Louis XVI comes out to address the people. It doesn't go super hot. Marie Antoinette comes out to address the people, and then someone starts calling for her to be shot. And Lafayette intervenes, talks down the crowd, and then kisses the Queen's hand before agreeing that the royal family move to the Palais Tuileries. Regardless of whether or not the two actually get along, he performs the role of the relatively moderate, pacifying nobleman with very vague royalist support to a T, and that seems to be what they're leading into here with making this happen. I mean, that's fair, but our choices are royalists or Jacobins, so don't have a lot of choices. We've only had one actual vote, so we will obey.
C'est entendu, General. Here.
Aegis, by doing this, you're not saving my honor. You're saving the future of the entire kingdom. Oh, and one more thing. Can you tell me where I can find my detractor? The one who told you the rumors about me?
I cannot tell you anything, General.
Oh, no matter. I will not let this serpent continue to vilify me. I shall get redress for these aspersions in the end.
Do as you wish, General de Lafayette. General,
Huh.
you are...
Callum, it was only after they had gathered that the troops... Alas, but tell me.
I cannot tell...
No matter. It's the day will come.
Okay.
Goodbye, Monsieur Le...
We are not going to sell out Marat. He will get stabbed in the bathtub, and it will be his own fault. But that is okay.
Monsieur B.
Do we have anything? Ugh.
Goodbye, Monsieur...
So I think the game has bugged. Because I know there is at least one more side quest.
Monsieur Marat.
Oh.
I'm surprised to find you here. Did you follow me?
Didn't you know? The Duke's allies are always impeccably informed. Some even say that we have eyes and ears.
Have I watched Blackadder? Yes.
What do you want from me?
Not recently, but
To
yes.
tell you the truth, I can't wait to hear what you've discovered about the matter at hand. And I was afraid you might leave me in the lurch. You can never be too cautious these days. That's why I decided...
This is incredibly dangerous, Marat.
I found no incriminating facts. Nothing to indicate that the Marquis was involved in a conspiracy.
Come now, what do you mean? You sure you're not leaving anything out?
Why do you assail this man so?
Because I will not permit things to go from bad to worse. I will not allow the patriots who are now fighting our tyrant to suffer yet another oppressor. That's why, in the name of the French people, I ask you one last time, do you have any proof to give me?
Marat is an asshole.
You must believe me.
Eh bien, if that's true, then there's no hope for us. I must admit defeat. We will have...
You dislike that the game is really playing up this one-list angle.
In either
So-
case, my fate is sealed. I will soon join the Duke in exile, and I will abandon my beloved people to their doom. I have no other choice.
So, we've got a couple of options. Couple of things to talk about. First, Marat. So, Marat is not an agent of the Duc d'Orléans. Leclos is, but Marat is not. Leclos becomes an agent of the Duc d'Orléans, who, by the way, is the king's cousin, and changes his name around this period to Philippe Égalité. And is attempting to usurp Louis XVI in order to create a constitutional monarchy. Which is neat. Honestly, kind of based of him. After the October 5th, 1789 Women's March, Lafayette is the person who suggests that the Duc d'Orléans flee to England, on the grounds that there is a tabloid rumor circulating that the crowd saying to shoot Marie Antoinette was spurred on by the Duc d'Orléans and Comte de Mirabeau. So, Lafayette is the one who persuades the Duc d'Orléans to go into exile in England, though the exact nominally for his own safety, though the extent to which that is just Lafayette eliminating a short-term political rival is debatable. But Leclos is an agent of the Duc d'Orléans, who sometime around 1791 seems to abandon that agency in terms of in favor of full republicanism. Leclos then gets executed. He gets hit by a guillotine, and that's that. Leclos is also a member of the Cordeliers. Right. In this room, in the Cordelia convent, are exactly 0 members of the political club the Cordeliers. Not a single one of these people is a member of the Cordeliers Political Association. Maximilian here is associated with them, but he is not actually a member. Marat is associated with them, but he's not actually a member. Leclos is the only one who is actually a member of the political organization named after this convent. This dude, I am referring to the king's cousin, Philippe Egalitaire, is part of the National Assembly, and, maybe helps vote for him, in 1791 when he gets executed. But in 1790, he is actually still, right, while he's part of the National Assembly, and is at the tennis court oaths, and is part of the whole process, he actually is not. Okay, this game has bugged. That's what I was afraid of. Damn. A fail? Is this a fail of the game, or is there some meaning to it? I think that's complicated. I think that is extremely complicated. So, I think what is happening is that the Cordeliers is the most famous political club of this time, right? I think that's just not really disputable. The Cordeliers is incredibly well known in French cultural memory. And so, gate is locked. Well, that's fine. Because of that, I think part of that is just making sure we get references people are familiar with. It's also a, like, geographically really useful position. Like, there is a lot, well, there are a lot of political clubs. The Cordelia convent is right in the center of the city. That makes it super useful for the purposes of this game, right? they want to have all the major political figures. Well, not all of them. The most famous set of political figures, but we also want them all in one nice convenient place so that we can just go back and forth for all of the testing, or for all of the side questing. The Cordelia Convent fills that need really well, and so I think that's the most likely reason why they include it here. Well, chat, I think my game has glitched. That makes me sad. There's supposed to be a follow-up to this side quest. Right. Because we sent a missive about the Dauphin to the Queen. And we were supposed to get a, like, correspondence back about this. And we never did. So I'm afraid the game may have broken on us. Which is annoying, because that's actually one that matters. And Magistrissa, you're eating lunch at 4 p.m.? That's fine. That's totally fine. By the way, Magistrissa, did you see our new outfit yet? We also got new outfits, didn't we? We have a formal bicorn. Adorned with ostrich feathers. Conceals a counter-alchemical device. But that's lovely. That's lovely right there. I don't think it's nice as La Rouerie Capelli, but that's fine. We also got a change from the Mandarin doublet. Didn't we get another one here? Thought we got another one. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, right, we got a new... We got a new one of these. We got... No, where are they? Not the discus chain. The discobolus wheel. That's the one we got. Which does a lot of damage, but kinda sucks, so... Anyway, I am here again. In the hopes of, not having frames, apparently. Apparently the main goal is that we will not have any frames by which to play. What the goal actually is to... get into the forges, and then in the forges... Boo. In the forges, locate one more document that I believe will trigger one more, side quest. So you know about us being a human in an Automouse pod? Oh yeah, we figured all that out last time, Aelia. I forgot you missed that part. Yes. So we are... Athénaïs de Vaucanson? And, nobody is surprised by this. Athénaïs got kidnapped by Cagliostro, and then her soul was shoved inside the robot body. Nobody should be surprised. Oh boy. Frames? Frames. Oh dear. This area appears to be very bad for frames. I don't know what happened. Yeah. We tried to eat Cagliostro. Hello? We tried so hard to eat Cagliostro. We just didn't quite succeed. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I wonder if it's that glow effect that's from the lights that's screwing us up. Unfortunately, the graphics are set down about as far as they can go. So there truly is, like, I've done everything I can think of to actually, like, improve performance. It just doesn't feel like happening. So, there doesn't appear to be anything in here either. Yes. Also happened last time we talked to Nicholas Flamel. Definitely an alchemist. Definitely not just a dude. And he went to heaven. And apparently that makes De La Fa a new apostle? Certainly a witness to a miracle. Past that, question marks. Ow. Don't gotta be like that, you know? You know? With that... I've been through all this area already, so it's not like there's anything new there. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. And, okay, well, nothing turned up there, so guess that's just not happening. There was supposed to be another side quest in here. It didn't spawn, so, I guess that's it. We have had 2 side quests that just failed. And that's fine. Since that's fine, I'm not sure which ending we're gonna get, because there are multiple endings in this game, but that is okay. We will get what we get. Yeah. Exactly. Right, definitely not just a manuscript copyist. Nope, definitely spooky guy who did all sorts of stuff. We promise. Don't worry about it. But yes, I am curious, you know,
If I take one more step, there will be no turning back. This path will lead me straight to the Quartier du Temple.
I am extremely curious, how on earth this works with, you know, such a specific historical moment. How having multiple endings works. Ow. Didn't have to be like that, you know? Ow. Stop asking me in the face. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. See? Thank you. Totally not just an exploiter of tax loopholes. Well, that's fair. And... here we go. Guess where we're going, chat? We're going to enact one of the most famous moments of the French Revolution period. I hope you're excited. Ow. Why could it be like this? Hello. No. Don't even be like this. Ow. Stop picking me. That's like not even an axe. That's just picking me a question. That joke doesn't work as well. I suppose it should be stop picking on me, shouldn't it? Huh. I failed. I failed in my humor. My bad puns were insufficient today. No, don't pick on. Stop. Okay. There we go. Success, freedom, destruction, something. Ooh. Sneaky platforming challenges. Not that platforming in this game is particularly difficult, but they are sneaky. Yoink. Essence of a revolutionary spirit. I hope the game is not running as bad for you as we're saying it. No. The game is running perfectly stably on my end. Like, all of the stuff you're seeing is exclusively stream side. And that's what makes it so difficult, is like, since it is all stream side, it's less clear how to fix it, because it's not just, I can't just make the game take less resources. And if it was truly just my CPU was overworked or something, I'd expect to see those frames showing up in the game as well. But no, it's just stable. It's fine. As long as you can hear me, that's what's important, right? It is wild. My computer is only like 2 years old, chat, and while I did not have top of the line stuff in it when I got it, I was solidly midline, and yet this is really a game that in order to at least stream, I need something more powerful than what I've got. And it's like, if a 2060 is now completely insufficient, like, the heck? Ow. Kaboom. Oh well. There is a lot of things yet to talk about. So, let's start trying to, like, vaguely sum up what this game is doing, I think, because there is a lot to say about that. There must be another way down, right? There must be. There's no way that's gonna ask me to just yeet myself into the abyss. For no reason. Right. Well, no, maybe it will. This is fine. Ow. I might just DPS check this guy, honestly. There we go. Hooray. So, one of the things that's been, as I was doing research yesterday for this and was seeing all the places in which things are weird, right? They play up how much Orléans and Lafayette dislike each other. That's not to say that they're the best of friends, but, you know, they at least are on speaking terms with each other, which is not the case in this game. In this game, they seem to very much not be getting along. So I was trying to figure that out. And also trying to figure out what the heck is going on with... What did you do? No, don't drop links like that in chat. Don't... Please don't do that. That is way too long of a link. It kills my ability to keep track of what's going on. So, right, you can delete everything after the @ sign, or after the ampersand, in a URL, and it's going to do nothing. Right? If you're going to do that, either run it through tinyURL, or delete everything after an ampersand, because it's probably useless. Anyway. Yeah, there's some big problems with chronology, and there's some big problems with, the relationships between people, and so I was like, well, okay. This makes this all really difficult. Right? Saying, oh yes, this is a history of the French Revolution is significantly more difficult if we are just mashing stuff together so frequently. So I was trying to figure out what's actually going on, because as it turns out, it's apparently complicated. And yet, I think I have an answer. So chat. Typically, right, we get this association that we have, like, a couple of main... Yeah, sell all 5 of them. That we have, like, basically 3 main types of history TM. Right? 3 super umbrella terms. Have you all heard of them? Like political history, social history, and cultural history being like 3 big, large umbrella terms of how history works. Right? And if you disagree, we can make that more complicated very easily. Like, it's very easy to make that more complicated. But those work big enough as your 3 super umbrella categories. So, political history, right, is usually about events, people, right, who are your, and the relationships between states, etc., etc., right? Things like that all fall under political history. Social history is looking at people groups. Right? What are, within a state, what are the relationships of the various people? And so, you know, how does that... Oh, heck, that's bad. That's bad. Ow. 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 Heck, that wasn't right. That's the one I want. Ow. I didn't get the boom off. There we go. Now you're fulminated. Fulmination's not particularly good. But yeah. Right. So much for those political history as a category, and social history as a category. Right? So, the economic history would often be considered a social history. Right? This is a style that becomes really popular, realistically, starting in the 1930s, but with a big boost by the Annales school starting there. And then there's cultural history, which is concerned with mentality. Right? Cultural history is any study that, like, tries to understand the mentality of a specific time period and historical moment. And we're like, hey, all that's cool. And so you get these, and that's the youngest of the three fields, right? That's only like the 1970s that really starts going. And with big steps not being made until the last even 20 years. And so we get these like three super umbrella terms of academic history writing. Right? Something like macro and micro history is actually a complete different distinction. And by the way, thank you for the gift sub to Ailey. I appreciate it. But yeah, we make these big umbrella distinctions, and then... No, damn it! Ow. Ow. And with another gift sub to Grand Chicken Lord. Hello. Appreciate it. So. As I was trying to figure it out, right, partially, you know, this might be my own bias speaking, because my training is as a cultural historian. That is what I do. Like, solidly the majority of what I do is cultural history. It's what I'm interested in. So it's what I tend to end up doing. But still, I was thinking about it, and I was like, huh, this feels... It feels like we're being really clear about which one of these we're doing, right? Because let's look at what this game is doing. And I mean, this is rough, right? This is a very rough approximation, because games are not academic history writing. They do not abide, and they should not abide, by the generic distinctions of academic history writing. In fact, games actually have a big problem. Historical games always run into this issue, wherein people want them to be the entire thing, right? Instead of writing a historical genre, the idea is that games, especially games of this type, are doing the whole thing, right? Something like Paradox games are very much political history, right? Painting the map. And so we are like, they get away with just being political history. And yeah, they have like social and cultural elements in their models, but they're primarily, right, state actors doing state things. It's political history for all intents and purposes.
There's no turning back. From now on I will have to do without a carriage. The Bastille is to the south of the Temple.
This game, right, because it renders a full Rage 3D environment, is supposed to do the entire thing. It is not presenting a historical genre. It is presenting history as it is. And if you wanted to do that, of course, the robots are a complete deal breaker, right? The robots are definitionally a deal breaker to this being the entire thing as it really is. No, it was without a carriage, not without cabbage. I understand that's what you heard, but it was without a carriage. My cabbages. Could it be a cabbage? Could it be a carriage of cabbages? Uh-oh. That's a carriage of violinists. That's significantly worse. Ow. Ludo intentionally deprives the citizenry of their cabbages. See, now you are engaging in the truth of the style of Monsieur Marat. Full slander, lies, deprivation of cabbages. An enemy of the people. See, you are learning. Marat has taught you all well. Soon I shall join Lafayette in hunting down chat. Tragic. I'm afraid you will have all deserved it. For your slanderous statements that I am an enemy of the people, when I have done nothing but murder robots. I have not harmed a hair of a single person's head. I have kept their secrets. I have protected their special political interests the whole time. And yet, you make... Ow. Oh, that was not the one I wanted to do, actually. That was the one I wanted to do. No, don't. Boom. Kaboom, frozen. Great. And... death? Death. Thank you. Ow. Cabbage propaganda in the chat. Little known fact, Marie Antoinette did not say let them eat cake. She said... What, they don't have pastries? Well then why don't they eat cabbages? From General de Viadur? I think that's Viadur. To Capitan Naro. As I have not been informed of the incidents you report, I have no further instructions to give you. In the name of the king, I urge you to keep your troops in the fortress of the Temple and assure you that there is more to fear from the masses than from the mechanical battalions of His Majesty's army. You were taught that Monsieur was supposed to mean cabbage, not the pastry. Well, apparently cabbage-based pastries are the new fashion. Or pastry-based cabbages? You may decide which of the two you think that is more appropriate. He's got the stomps. He's got the... My guy has the stomps. Carriage rolls and dumplings. My guy has the statuary. Look at this dude. Look at him. That's horrifying. I love it. Wait, I love this. Codex, please. Give me the gargoyle. The gargoyle is the most impressive of all the hunters. It carries a formidable hammer that hangs under his torso, which he uses to crush its opponents. Oh. Of course. And Avocat is both lawyer and avocado. See, that makes perfect sense to me. Forget legal, it's time for legal avocado. There we go. Oh yeah, that's not one of the letters we pronounce. Fine. Avocat. Very well. Ow. Still ow. I guess the solution is to bait, just literally bait the other one into attacking. And then it will take care of the problem for me. See? Come on, one more attack? No. Damn it. There we go. Improved flame grenade. I really should be using these, shouldn't I? Oh well. I will, or I won't. More bronze ingots. I don't know what I'm doing with more bronze ingots, but that's fine. Oh god, he's got the moves. No thank you. No thank you. Use all of these items on the last boss? Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't think I'll even do that, TBH, because I'm guessing they'll be immune to most of the status elements, because that seems to be how bosses work. That they're just, broadly speaking, immune to everything except immobilization. And so I just use my immobilization strats. Oh boy. Hey, game? Game, I understand fire is difficult right now. But, could you please? Not. I enjoy the viewers having frame rates. Give the viewers what they want. What they want is more than 2 frames. That was the wrong one. That's fine though. I blocked that. Oh, I got a stagger. You're a woman of simple pleasures? You take 2 FPS? Oh. Well, apparently I was a liar. I would prefer more like, you know, 30, but that's okay. I guess you can make me sound like a liar. You dwell in luxury. Thank you, Ailey. That's fair. I am really sorry that it is disobeying so thoroughly. Unfortunately, just isn't a ton. Alright, that is far and away. That is far and away the best solution. Okay. Well, big fight. Let's go. Fulmination grenade. Another fulmination grenade. Perfect. Now you are thoroughly fulminated, which means everything's gonna hurt more. And then you're also bad, so I don't need to worry about that. Ah, boo. I was going to be incredible, but then no, I failed. I lost. It shouldn't be happening with any other games this year, Wolfie. And in terms of upgrading, not feasible right now. So, we do what we can, and if it becomes critical, we'll see what becomes possible. But at the moment, I think it is mostly this game's issue. Anyway, we were having a discussion about types of history and what the heck is going on for most of this. Rolled. Ow. I am the one who gets rolled. Wait. Hooray. I love that that just confuses them. The fact that I'll just, like, punch them in the face confuses them so much. Anyway. We were having a discussion about types of history. So, where were we at? Oh, yes. So we have those 3 overall types of history, right? Social, cultural, and political. So those... And games... like, don't easily fit into these categories, but we are going to shove them into those boxes anyway. So, I was looking at it and it's like, chat, raise your hand if you think this is political history. It certainly has some similar features. Right? Like... It definitely is a history about major political events. we're enacting the storming of the Bastille. And like old school political history, it's like old school political history, we're focusing on the deeds of great men and 2 women and a robot. Right, this isn't really loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of people. These are kind of just, in some significant ways, are kind of mostly the big TM political actors. It's like, well, that's interesting, right? But alright, CZX. Right. As you just pointed out, this dude, the events are awfully distorted for that to happen. Like, we are kind of all over the place in terms of what's happening. Because, yeah, it is largely, well, not entirely, distorting the order of events. So in terms of a political history, right, it's not a very good one. Exactly, right? A show like Liberty Kids, is very much political history, right? With a dash of Milhist in there. Right, military history being a subset of, I would say, political history, being specifically about the motion and actions of armies within the zone of state-sanctioned action and interstate action. So yeah, right? That'd be a perfect example of political history. And so, right, when most people, of course, when most people hear history, that's actually what they're thinking of. Is political history, because that's what gets taught. But then there's this big movement towards social history, and well, is this social history, right? There's a lot of really good social histories of the French Revolution. Right, looking at food shortages and political systems and the relationship, changing understanding of what the nobility is and does. As all of that's political history. So, you know, maybe this is social history? Agreed, chat? Ow. Not enough people to be social history. I agree wholeheartedly. You know, usually if you're doing histories of the people, you should usually, have people Oh, that's blocked. Tragic. Well, we can go through here then. Except all the Londoners, yeah. Social history of Paris as told by London. Wait. What was the point of that? Haven't I already been here? Maybe I haven't already been here. Huh. Just a suspiciously open gate. Okay. Fair enough. Ugh. Frames. Frames. You gotta work with me here. Anyway. The last... Voice, you also gotta work with me here. Don't voice crack. The last type of history, right, is cultural history. Well, is this a cultural history? I would say yes. Like, that is where my spicy takes come in. I'd say this game is first and foremost trying and succeeding at being a cultural history of the French Revolution. Right? Because the things it seems to be mostly concerned with are cultural history, like fairly big cultural history things, right? So our whole, the fact that there is a robot army in the first place, is because of this cultural moment that has a really strong interest in automata ahead of the French Revolution. So we're drawing out of that. The portrayal of classical sculpture everywhere. We talked about it a couple weeks ago as sort of being a really significant thing in this moment of late royal collections, and the idea of starting to nationalize those collections. The fact that some of the robots are cats actually reflects a cultural moment in and of itself. And so we get, like, those are just a couple of the things. Let's see what else we've got. We've got people just kind of, right, all of our named important figures actually get to, sit and talk to each other and disagree on the philosophy of what the war is and ought to be. What could be more cultural history than that? Right? People sitting around talking about the philosophical ideas of something? Extremely, like, extremely cultural. Where we have a big emphasis on these, like, messy interpersonal relationships as part of the French Revolution. Like, this is a part where the revolutionaries are not a coherent political force. They are, first and foremost, a bunch of messy people with messy people drama. Ow. Heck. Ow, don't kick me. Nope, that's failure. To the Marquise's visitors, lured by desperate cries, we citizens Armagh and Palermo went to the aid of Madame de Covet in her miserable hovel. Her miserable hovel. After chasing off her attacker, we found the poor woman in an alarming state. We took her to the safety in the adjoining courtyard and then sealed it off. Faced with the automatic threat, it was a heavy heart that we decided to leave the Temple Quarter. We implore you whom Providence has brought here not to abandon her. Hey, same thing. Or... well, maybe not same, but another thing. Right. In the way the letters are written, right? There's a specific style attached to these letters. And so we get to, you know, actually see them. This is not the adjoining courtyard, right? This is where I came from. This is where I came from. Right, so there's a lot of this focus on, like, the mentality of these big important figures of the French Revolution. And of other cultural people within the French Revolution. Oh, does this not actually go anywhere? I thought this went somewhere. I thought this was going to go somewhere. I guess this is to get back, not to get forward. That's fine. Ow. Ow. Dang it. I didn't stop your fulmination. Get wrecked. Okay. I don't know where Covet actually is, but... you know, we will work on it. Ow. I really should not try and parry these guys. Ow, don't light me on fire with a lava bucket. Don't be that way. Don't be that way, don't be that way, don't be that way, don't be that way. Okay. Thank you. Ow. Damn. I guess it's also why I like this game more than AC Valhalla. It doesn't feel like you're playing someone who doesn't give a shit about what happens. True. Absolutely huge. Turns out playing someone who is vaguely likable and or actually interested in what's going on matters a lot. Heck, he's got a bassoon. Nope. 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 Chat, did the stream just drop for a second? It looked like stream may have just dropped for a second. That's exciting. And not in a good way. I'm having trouble figuring out what's going on, with whether stream lives, whether my internet lives. Chat, if you can hear me, press 1. Otherwise, we might be in trouble here. Great. Good. You all stopped talking, and it scared me. Wait, this is not the right place. This is where I'm supposed to go. Chat, somehow I figured out where I was supposed to go. Who does that? I can't fix the choppiness. Because it's, unfortunately, right, it's not a problem that is... Like, I can't make the game take less resources. I've turned all the settings to everything I can do. And it's only this game, and it annoys me. Bleh. Alright, you're just lurking in general, that's fair. That's fair. So let's talk more about cultural history and why I think this game works at it. Right, because chat, you all seem at least partially, unpersuaded. Which is fair. It is not necessarily the most persuadable take. Right. The political side of things, right? All of the things doing stuff. Right, the people interacting, shaping the future of this world, of this country, are just very messy people. But the ways in which they are messy, really ends up being somewhat significant. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. At least... Ow. Ow. Don't have to do this. But yeah, right. Kyra, you summed it up better than I did, have been. Right? There are moments where they're discussing less themselves and more standing in for big political moments of this time. Or big philosophical ideas of this time. And, like, they're still talking like themselves. Like, Lafayette is still relatively a royalist, and a moderate. Robespierre is still a complete radical. And a Jacobin. Gregoire is still mostly, right, religiously quite extreme, but socially quite progressive, etc. Right? So they're all working out of some shared reality with the real world. It's just not a perfect match. Have I truly just gone in a circle here? Bro. How am I supposed to get over there? Okay, courtyard, fine. That thing, fine. Like, I can see where I'm trying to get to. I don't know how to actually do that. I'm trying to get to her because, you know, she's one of very, very few female characters in this game. But yeah, right, when we're engaging with questions of race, right, I mean, that is social history, but the perceptions of the mentality of people is also cultural, because, yeah, of course it's both. Right, when we're dealing with all this occultism, that is based on Cagliostro's very real influence in French society of the 1780s. And Mesmer before him, and broadly alchemical grimoires of the previous couple of centuries. Right? All of that is in some way real. Like, yeah, it's being done up a bit messily, but, you know, it still is in some way based on something. No. Something very much real. About the cultural perceptions of this period. Exactly. And to that end, right, it's going to freely blend different specific years and specific moments together. Right? So, right, we look at, you know, the sheer quantity of corpses here, and we're like, oh, yes. Horror. Pain. Terror. Whatever. You know, oh, Reign of Terror. Right? We end up being like, oh, yes. You know, this is fitting the cultural feeling in the Reign of Terror of paranoia and devastation. Even though there's not really a lot paralleling the two. But in some ways, like, 89 and 94 are completely different historical moments. In some ways, they're very much the same historical moment, but in a lot of ways, they are very different. Ow, he got the kicks. Don't be like this. Okay. You know how to express what gives me the vibe that cares more about what they're trying to represent and the complexity it is. Like, it cares about this overall setting rather than any specific moment within that. I would be inclined to agree. Well, that didn't work. Matter of fact, that hurt like hell. Maybe I can work my way back in. Maybe I'd be able to just work my way, back into the courtyards as a whole, or the Marais as a whole from the next area. Maybe that's how we want to do it. Like, because we go here. Either that or I'm just dumb, and didn't go the obvious way that I should go. No, because that just puts us back here. That all just puts us right back here. Right, these two gates are exactly the same. We go down here, and we're like, huh. Alright, well, back onto the rooftops. Then we're on the rooftops. And from the rooftops, we still can't get through there easily. But, like, getting over into the Royal Palace feels like it's going the wrong direction, right? Alright, now we're heading back the correct direction. Slowly. Through that gate is where I wanted to get through. We're now going 90 degrees. And we go this way. And we still have chunky frames. Hello, chunky frames. It's good to see you again. And we jump on this. That's an invisible wall. Boo. No. What? Why? Why did it give... There must have been an item up here that I have forgotten about. Yeah. They're taking massive liberties, they really seem like they don't care about the era. They're playing around with the background knowledge that they have. Uh-huh. Sir.
What are you blaming yourself for, monsieur?
No. Get back.
I'm not your enemy. My only aim is to defeat the royal army.
Is that so?
I believe you. It's true that you can speak. Maybe you're truly not one of them.
Yeah. And?
What is this chaos? What disaster has befallen the Place Royale?
That's where we, loyal patriots, had gathered. A band of brave souls armed with what paltry weapons we could find.
Alright.
A few old sabers, some rusty muskets. That's all we needed to stop the enemy's advance. Alas, the tyrant riposted from the heights of the Bastille. His cannons tore us to shreds. I could only flee while my comrades
Shocking.
fell as heroes for our nation. What's the point of surviving if you must bend the knee to a bloodthirsty despot?
We're gonna fix that. We're gonna storm the Bastille.
Leave me now. I'll soon join my comrades.
No.
Leave me, I say. I already have one foot in the grave.
No. Sir. Sir, please. Right, Place Royale. This one's blocked. This heads over this way. I can go through there. That's the only place I can go, isn't it? Yep. I have two options, chat. I can go through here.
The Bastille's cannons
And I can go through
destroyed the
here.
square. What a ghastly massacre. It seems that the artillerymen used Monsieur Leclos' devastating cannonballs.
Oh. Compagnons, the fatal hour has come. The tyrant's army has destroyed our ranks. There's no longer any doubt about superiority, and the moment the last soldier falls, the death machines will turn their weapons on the unarmed innocents. But we still have a chance. Let us gather our forces in Place Royale and march on the Bastille. We shall take the fortress. Let us offer an impregnable refuge to children, women, and the elderly. Let us raise the drawbridge and seize the artillery. That will allow us to defeat the mechanical hordes. Marchons, marchons, la liberté ou la mort. Hooray! By hooray, I mean, oh no. Ah, he baited me. Baited you. Yeah, that's fair. What? Now that was I got trolled. Anyway, more gardens. Game's performance does seem to be overall better in gardens, probably due to less fire. I'm guessing it is probably the fire effects that seem to be the biggest worst thing. Ow. Nope, that was dumb on me. I mean, remember that there's that wind up. That one, however. That one works great. Okay. But anyway. A little bit more for the game. I feel like, and you do not have to agree with me here, but I feel like the fact that they are focusing on something fairly specific. Nope. Continues to not be right. That's right though. That's right. Beautiful. I feel like the fact that they're focusing on a specific type of history and then blending everything else in order to sort of accomplish this idea of capturing a very tumultuous cultural period into a single moment is very cool. Don't golf swing your... goofball. Ow. This guy is hitting every swing. That's alright, we'll get him in the end. Ow. 2, 3, 4. He survived on 1 HP. Alright, Hail Hydrate, thank you. I have now hydrated. Sadly, the fight is not done. Let us run and run fast. Towards this one guy who's like, oh yes. I have the perfect solution. Jerk. Hey look, there's a sewer. I wonder if that sewer leads us to where we're supposed to go. Because Lord knows, much of this does not go where I'm want to go. But at the same time, the sewer feels suspiciously like how I move on. You know, they have been pretty good about not having sewers actually lead anywhere too important. I don't know. Let's see if there are other paths that emerge. Because if it's just the one, then like that's it. That's where I came from. And there's no other way. So yeah, the sewers must be it. Well, we did what we could. Unless if something here opens up. Thank you. Jerk. Ow. Big jerk. Let's try that again. Now, what is the point of giving me things to break if they don't even hide secret entrances? Like, come on. You gotta give me something to work with here. Bastille sewers, well... If we miss Mirabeau's mother, we miss Mirabeau's mother. I looked for her, chat. I just don't know where else I can go. I could not find the path around. Ow. Yeah, I'm trying to put together kind of back half of the thoughts here while also focusing on the game, because, you know, we got a lot of stuff that needs happening in a very short amount of time, and, the technical difficulties have made me very upset. Oh. Wait, what? Well, okay. They kind of threw me off my game, I'm not gonna lie. I was having good thoughts, things were firing, and then our 3.5 frames got to us. Ah, well. I need to sell that. Sell all 5 of those, both of those. But chat, what are your thoughts? I accuse this game of being a cultural history. Do you think that is persuasive? Are you inclined to agree? Do you think that there's something else going on? Like, where do we stand on the cultural history of a video game? And also, do you think it's like, if you agree, do you think it's successful? Right, like that kind of matters. One can say, I think this is trying to be, do something cool in specifically being a very cultural-focused history. I think, in theory, that's a good choice for a game to make. And then also be like, this ain't it. mean, it's not really social history. I think it's too compressed and plays around too much for it to be a political history. You agree that it's at least doing some things that make it cultural history? Right.
I will have to go through the moat to get into the Bastille.
So that's good. That's good that that part of it's persuasive, at least. Du Saint-Antoine is locked. You think agrees more cultural history? Don't know if it's totally successful. But also gives the, at least communicates the mess of the period very well. Good. I mean, I think that's the goal, right? This is, ideals aside, and tyranny question mark of Louis XVI aside, this is ultimately an act of messy people having big egos and big feelings. And those are all running into each other in increasingly complex ways. And just getting worse and worse, right? This is a cultural moment that prioritizes intrigue. That thinks intrigue is, like, the point. And that has this really fascination with technology alongside it. And all these fascinations just get more and more wrapped up in each other. And get worse and worse. Right? Because it deals with race and magic, religion and technology. And material culture, right? And fashion. And who's in, right? And while we maybe don't get a ton of, right? We maybe don't get the most of it, but I'd say we get like some of it, right? We get to see, or at least hear, right? Well, how do people, what are people's emotions when one of their friends gets got by the guillotine? Right? Like, that's in many ways a very compelling question. Right? I mean, sure, it's what happens when one of their friends gets got by the evil robot army this time, but same difference, right? Guillotine, evil robot army, close enough. If this is inside, heck, that was not what I wanted to do. To do this. This is inside the Bastille, isn't it? Really? Or are we just in a lower level of the sewers? We are just in a low... We are an upper level of the sewers. I've gotten thoroughly lost in the sewers, by the way. Just for the record, chat, I am completely lost. entire areas here that are just locked. Oh. I went in a circle. I am no longer lost, chat. I know where we are. It was a circle. That's annoying. That's just a circle, then where was I supposed to? I thought this was going to take me somewhere else. Also, I appreciate that at least you have frames again. Chad, I hope you enjoy them while they're here. Rendering outdoor spaces is difficult. Rendering lots of lights is difficult. Sewers have neither of the above. I agree that intrigue and rhetoric and oratory are highly valued in the 18th century. How you make your case is as important as the case itself. There's a strong social advantage of being able to use words cleverly, if you're not actually a very good person. Exactly. Right. They're gone again. Goodbye. Goodbye, frames. Rendering anything is difficult, and the pathway someone managed it is magic. Yeah, that's fair. I do not begrudge them, having, like, not having the most optimized game in the world. I wish it was, more optimized, but, you know, it's fine. It is not the worst optimized game I've played, and at least it gives us fun things to talk about, right? It has redeeming features. Its frame rate just is not one of them. Ow. No. Ow. Come on. Stop it. Beautiful. That is exactly what I was hoping for. Turns out I can't parry a frickin' giant log. I don't know how I could have not foreseen this. Alright, Dildrum. Farewell. Have a good time. Have a good night. We are going to save all the people. And by all the people, I mean... mostly.
That's enough, Monsieur Lecointe. My assistants and I are exhausted. We're not grave diggers at Lafayette.
No, I understand. The task you have been given does not please you. Perhaps you do not find it worthy of your high qualifications.
Indeed. My family has been dedicated to serving the kingdom for over a century. And you cannot ignore what it has cost us. I refuse to fall that low.
Very well. As you wish. Since this is the case, you will have a more prestigious assignment starting today. Was there anything else?
What about my assistants? Will they come with me?
Unfortunately not, mon ami. But I promise you that they will never complain about their fate again.
Uh-huh. Well. Is it weird that Cagliostro is our big bad, though? Honestly, I feel like it's not really that weird. It fits very nicely with our narrative that, Louis the 16th is broadly not particularly badly intentioned, just kind of inept. Right. Driven mad with grief. A fairly weak monarch, and therefore susceptible to a lot of manipulation. But not himself, like, evil. Right. Is that really all that weird of a narrative? I don't think so. Ah, that was my bad. I mean, Cagliostro isn't, like, long-term historically significant, but, like, meh. I don't know, I don't think it's actually... I don't really find it that funky. Okay, so that doesn't have a path through. That doesn't have a path through. Ow. That doesn't have a path through. I guess the idea is I'm supposed to go up there. But no. No thank you. That's too much the direction I'm supposed to go. I'm looking for directions I'm not supposed to go right now. Because we will be close to just bulldozing the last two chapters, but not quite yet. You just caught you off guard that Cagliostro is the big bad because you've been missing streams. Well, that's fair. But also, right, in this game as a history game, I'm not really struck by that is all that surprising. Because not only do we look at this in terms of occultism, I think you can really productively look at that in terms of what's the word here? I guess ow. Come on. Come on. Now that's not even fair. I was literally behind you. We could look at this, in terms of, like, the conspiracy theories around the French Revolution. And, like, what other... What? Oh. What other narratives are going to show up? And look at this as a response to those. Because, right, one thing the game notably does not go in on, right, they use alchemy as sort of their stand-in for several different flavors of conspiracy theories about who is responsible for the French Revolution, particularly with regards to, like, Freemasons being, like, oh, right, this is just locked. Forgot about that. And so, all of this sort of secret society, political societies, occultism, strange manipulations, of what is seen as proper social order, by the elites, all get rolled into Cagliostro and broadly viewed with suspicion. Right? So, the trick is, right, in this period, in Paris, really, the sense I get is that everyone, right, it is bad to be, to borrow terms from Pandemic, the tabletop role-playing game. It is bad to be a communist, a mutant, a trader, or a communist mutant trader. Everyone, actually, no, not a trader. Sorry. A communist, a mutant, or a member of a secret society. Or, worst of all, a communist mutant member of a secret society. Everyone in this world is a communist mutant member of a secret society. Like, that is the main social organization of the moment is political societies. And the Freemasons are one such, but there are very, 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 very many. The Cordelias were one.
Monsieur.
They abandoned me.
There are many others.
It's been days, maybe weeks, since I've seen another living soul. I'm hungry, madame. I'm ravenous.
I have nothing to give you, monsieur.
Yeah. If that's true, then they can't take me.
What, you aren't a communist mutant member of a secret society? Shaking my head. I know, right? No, I carry that. That's fine. I guess. Ooh. Hello. A sturdy iron key. That unlocks that one. Oh. That unlocks that one. No, SMH means shaking my head. I mean, in Paranoia, the hit tabletop role-playing game that you should all totally play, yes. Anything from telekinesis to random nonsense happens when you eat food the wrong way. In the hit role-playing game, which I do highly recommend. It's hilarious that Freemasons feature so many in so many conspiracies. We got a Masonic center near my parents' house. Yeah, heck, my neighbors back in where my parents live. One of them was a Freemason. Ooh, gunpowder room. I wonder if that's in the sewers. Is that what's hiding in the sewers? A room of gunpowder? Well, if that's the case... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We did it again, chat. No, we're good. We're good. Everything is fine. There is no almost secretly accidentally, getting stuck in geometry again. This is fine. Freemasons are so open in the US compared to France. Yeah, turns out Freemasons in the US were, like, every major political problem wasn't accusing the Freemasons of being polytheists who want to overthrow the natural order of things. Turns out when you don't do that, they're a little bit more willing to be open about their activities. Not that that stopped people, because you know who the Grand Master of the Freemasons was during the French Revolution? Chat, raise your hand if you know who the head of the Freemasons was in the French Revolution, without looking it up.
The gunpowder is here. What shall I do with it? Destroy it and spare Paris another disaster? Or ensure that the Marquis de Lafayette will be able to use it?
Probably Washington. Probably... sorry. Let me specify. The head of the Freemasons of France.
I will grant the Marquis de Lafayette's wish. This gunpowder will give his troops a decisive advantage.
Lafayette? It is not Lafayette. It is the Duc d'Orléans Philippe Egalitaire. He did nothing with them. He was named the head of the order and then did nothing with that. It was purely symbolic. He was basically uninvolved. But he was technically the leader of the Freemasons of France. A quality fill. Wait, what? Imagine your shock. It is 0? Oh, darn. Here I was hoping that would actually be, like, exciting and new. Nope. But yeah. Right, the first conspiracy theories about the Freemasons orchestrating the French Revolution, thanks probably no small part to the fact that their head was the Duc d'Orléans, was in 1792. So, you know, that did not take long. But yeah, it turns out they get hit with a lot of bonus nonsense over the next 200 years. Largely around the definitely real fact that they started the French Revolution and orchestrated the whole thing to do stuff. It's unclear what on earth they're trying to do in these conspiracy theories. But they sure were involved with them, we swear. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So involved. Accomplishing so much. Ordinary oil vial. Hooray. Deceased prisoners, deceased prisoners. Robots in the Bastille. Ow. Yeah, I got baited. You don't need to rub it in. Do something. I dare you. Oh. Wait, heck. What? Now I disagree. Please do something. There we go. There we go. Much better. Conspiracy about history, or conspiracy in history? Like, I don't specialize in conspiracies, and or conspiratorial thinking, Wolfie, and so I don't really have good answers to, oh, what's your favorite conspiracy theory, because, meh. I mean, the Forgotten Time one is good-bad, right, in that it's so transparently, like, disprovable that it becomes funny. Which, if anyone doesn't know, basically says the time between 800 and 1400? Just, like, doesn't exist. Ow. Dang it. A gilded key. Alright, Ailey. Have a good night, my friend. We will see you on Sunday. With Call to the Lamb? That's gonna be the next one. Oh, Kyra, are you surprised by the idea that someone might genuinely believe that the period from 800 to like 14, there's like 600 years that just fully don't exist? You probably should be.
Monsieur le Comte. Monsieur le Comte, are you there? The prisoners. They're suffering. What is the meaning of this?
As promised, I have interceded on your behalf. The king has named you gouverneur de la Bastille. Do you realize what an honor this is?
Put an end to this sinister farce, Monsieur le Comte. Order your machines to unhand me at once.
So chat.
Listen to my voice, mon ami. Nothing but my voice.
Do you know? Actually, no. I won't even ask if you don't know. We'll just introduce our friend. Charles-Henri Sanson is the Royal Executioner of France, who executed very many people up to, in the name of the royal family, before executing the royal family. That was the wrong button. That's fine. Independent execution contract worker. Independent contractor. I mean, independent as in hired by the guys who were in charge. Right. Basically, he's the guy in charge of killing people. And when the Reign of Terror really starts getting underway, and we start having a need to kill people, the response, the only reasonable response, is to continue to hire the person that we know is extremely good at killing people. Right? That seems eminently reasonable. Sometimes he's just good at the job. And you gotta respect the hustle. Even if the hustle is, murder. Ow. Well, I mean, apart from, you know, the frame rate, Paris does look lovely in this game. Like, holy moly, is this a beautiful... This is just a beautiful city. If it weren't at night, and full of dead people. Look at that. Look at how much we were able to see. It's gorgeous. Ow. You don't have to be this way, you know? You're allowed to just not. See? You're allowed to not. This is what happens when you do. You burn to death. There's a giant bug in your house that's knocking in the windows of shield set. That's... yeah. Ooh, good, Lasanad. That should be fun. Lasanad is full of robots. I'm sure this is unproblematic in the extreme. You are now baiting the bug in order to commit murder on, or to trap it and free it? I assume trap it and free it, and not... commit bug murder, though. I do not fault you if you commit bug murder. If you're cold, they're cold, make sure you let them in. True, especially for cold-blooded animals, right? Gotta get them all in there. It's mean to do otherwise. Hey, guess what, chat? We just made a loop. Hooray! I don't feel grand about that, honestly. Like... yay, I made a loop. So what? Now, I too can walk through this window randomly into this central courtyard that is totally not a boss. What are you talking about? No bosses here. Not a single boss. Now that's weird. I've only gotten 2 things. Oh well. If I am unable to free him yet, I will fix that later. First off, we have a guillotine to fight. I mean, what could be more French than that? You missed. Ow. You didn't miss. You super didn't miss. Holy crap. I'm just trying to get him up too. Come on. Be on thunder. Be in thundered. Thank you. Ow. God damn. Holy moly. He's got the frickin' moves. He's got so many moves. I don't trust. I don't trust him. When's the phase? What's the phase? That's the phase. What are you doing? Fair enough. Boom. Boom. You gotta be kidding me. Right? Right? Who approved this? Like, sorry, who thought this was a good idea? I don't want to get hit by the guillotine. That sounds like just a bad idea all around. But that is okay. We have done what we could. We have done what we could. And that was, killed the guy. But we'll see if we're able to. I think I may have screwed up, chat. Like, I'm not able to...
No. I haven't found all the echoes.
Gotcha. Perfect. So we'll be able to wake him up later, I guess. Usually we find the echoes beforehand. But I thought I explored the area fairly thoroughly. So... maybe it's hiding in the oubliettes. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. Well.
Monsieur.
Cette voix. Oh, that voice. Athénaï, mon enfant.
Well, he looks well.
Oh mon Dieu. They did it. They did it. They've turned my sweet daughter into a cold machine.
It's all right. Stay calm.
Well, Ludia, what has Cagliostro told you? Has he sent you to put me out of my misery?
No. I'm going to get you out of here. Let me help you.
There's no point. I'm burning with fever, and I'm already short of breath. Death lurks around every corner in this prison. I couldn't escape it. I'm not long for this world.
No, you can't. Outside, your automats are slaughtering men, women, and children. What you have done, monsieur, only you can undo.
What I have done, the miracles I performed, the wonders I gave to this kingdom, it was nothing but vanity. I closed my eyes to it for so long. Mesmer, Cagliostro, souls snatched from their eternal rest like water from a well. I should have set fire to the workshop. I should have melted my creations.
It's not too late to stop the massacre.
I don't have the strength. You must...
Speak, monsieur. Say something, enfant.
You must stop them. The king and his loathsome henchman, Cagliostro, the master of the machines. He gives them their orders. He must be silenced at all costs. Take my hand.
Monsieur. Monsieur. Father.
No, no, my pauvre enfant. I am not your father. No more than you are Athénaïs. You're but the vessel that contains what is left of her broken soul. Ludia, I don't want to die without hope. In the name of what is left of her in you, in the name of her love for you, I beg you to free her from the purgatory our enemies have confined her to.
I will grant your wish, monsieur.
Do you realize what that means? Are you ready to make that sacrifice?
The ultimate sacrifice.
Ma fille. I shall never see her darling face again. Ma petite. You must set her free. Bring her back
Monsieur. Monsieur.
Oh.
No! Papa! Have you lost your mind?
Oh, son, my daughter, will you never listen? This machine belongs to the king now, will it have it? There's nothing I can do about it.
Did he also order you to torture her?
The king wants me to make some improvements.
And you obey him just like that?
That's enough, Athenais. Let me work. And from now on, I forbid you from coming in here without my permission.
Ugh! You're no better than your master, Papa!
Well, that was sad. Hang on. Like, that was genuinely, like, super duper well done. That was super duper well done. But I just want to make sure I'm not missing, you know, the important things like, you know, Nancy. Let's see. Under the bridge, I thought we got that one. We got the... Okay, so it should be over in the jailer's quarters too. So we'll head back up. We're gonna head back up. You do wonder if Athenais' appearances changes to reflect your choice for Aegis as one? Yes. Every... Oh, am I not able to get back up? Hell. God damn it. Why? Why would you design it like that? Let me back up. That would be annoying. I hope I don't have to just redo the whole thing. Blah. But yes, Aegis and Athenais are designed, like, to be mirror images. And so, whatever choice you made in character creation for her face will be, reflect Athenais' skin tone. Which is super cool, narratively, obviously, but also opens the doors to some really fun and interesting questions around, you know, like, race, all that, like, race, and gender and adoption and all that stuff. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find anything really definitive, to help us here, but, there is something, right? Yeah, I think at the end, right, the rejecting...
I can use this boat to reach the Seine. As soon as I am on dry land, I shall return to the Cordelier convent. I'm sure they are waiting for me with bated breath.
Yeah, alright, fine. I guess we shall... Sanson shall simply be stuck forever. Because apparently they made that optional, which is, not my favorite choice. I would love if we actually, like, got to talk to Sanson. But, so be it. We have an entire other area yet to do, so we gotta strap in here and get back onto the next area. But yes, it is a super interesting dynamic, culturally, it's also a really interesting dynamic socially. And narratively.
Citoyen, I come bearing sad tidings. Monsieur de Vaucanson has passed away. I was present for his last breath in his cell at the Bastille.
Justicier, requiescat in pace.
Mon Dieu, it is a cruel fate that has taken my dearest
bye.
friend from me today.
Eugène. Ce pauvre Eugène.
I cannot suffer such a horrible injustice.
Was he at least able to tell you something before he passed away?
No, nothing.
How unfortunate. We are lost.
Must we resign ourselves to this disastrous turn of events?
No, General. Every part of me refuses to do so. Eugène de Vaucanson made me make a promise that I swore to keep. Now I have no other choice than to risk everything.
What are you thinking, Aegis?
I'm thinking of making my way to Versailles.
Eh bien, you should know that I also plan to go there.
You don't even think about it.
Ma foi, what have we got to lose? Our lives? At this point, you must admit that they're not worth much.
I agree with the Marquis' resolution. We must take into account everything that Aegis has done to foil the King's plans. The time has come for us to put ourselves at her service.
Not so fast, mon ami. Let's not rush into anything. You'd have to be mad to want to be part of the battle to come. Those who agree to take part in this strike will need to keep a low profile until Aegis has cleared the way. As for you, madame,
Yeah, we've had Lafayette for a while.
Since my last visit to the Queen, but I found the area around the North Wing to be particularly empty. Here is where you should launch the attack. If fortune is in my favor, I shall be waiting for you at the Petit Trianon with something to help you make your way through the gardens.
As for us, once the Automates have been defeated, we will enter the palace to seize the king and the count.
Is that your plan, Monsieur le Marquis?
It is, monsieur.
We are about to take the small step that separates audacity from madness.
Hello, Karabachi. We are in the endgame.
Take it, madame?
Citoyen, I cannot escape my obligations. It is in my very nature to honor them. I kept the promise I made to the Queen to find Monsieur de Vaucanson. I am now bound by the oath I swore before my creator. If I go to Versailles, it is in the hope of rescuing Athenais. I think also of all that remains to be done in Paris. And what's more, you demand my help to make you masters of the king.
It is a heavy burden that we place on your shoulders. But once again, we must leave it up to you. Take your time, Aegis. A hasty decision could lead to disaster.
We will be ready for action when the time comes.
Pour la nation et pour le royaume.
Uh-huh. Let's see. We need to talk to a couple of folks. Oh yeah, I believe it's to Lafayette. Again.
General Lafayette.
Do you need help, Aegis?
Nope.
Goodbye, and down with...
Oh, we have new dialogue though. Abbe?
Can I help you, Aegis?
Nope.
I hope so, Abbot. Our salvation is at stake.
I am listening.
Goodbye, Abbot. And may liberty triumph.
We have new dialogue with everyone. Oh, this is fun.
Monseigneur.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
That's it.
Goodbye, Monseigneur. Vive la nation.
If that is your dearest wish, then so be it.
Mm-hmm.
Citoyen Raymond.
Can I help you, Aegis?
Nope, that's it.
Goodbye, Citoyen Raymond. And may liberty triumph.
He doesn't even get a new line. That's sad. Bailly, future mayor of Paris.
Ah, mademoiselle. Well, what news?
Nothing.
Goodbye, Citoyen Bailly. Vive la nation.
Not even a new line there. Lavoisier.
Citoyen Lavoisier.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
I found the powder. It is at the Bastille.
Ah, what good news. Is it in good condition?
Of course.
What do you mean? Am I to understand that you have not done what needed to be done?
Yes. Now all that is left is for the Marquis and his men to retrieve the powder and load it into their cannons.
What men? What cannons?
We will raise our army soon, you can be sure, and we will then be able to confront
Yes,
the
yes.
royal army.
You do not measure the import of your actions and your words, Monsieur le Marquis, always rushing headlong into things.
Yes, yes.
Bastille is an ancient fortress that was not designed to house such large quantities of explosives. The tiniest spark could cause a catastrophe. The iron from a boot or the point of a sword scraping against the stone. Thanks to you, we are now at the mercy of chance.
There is no such thing as chance, Citoyen Lavoisier. If we are defeated, we will have only our failures to blame. Goodbye, Citoyen Lavoisier, and down with despotism.
Indeed. Robespierre.
Citoyen Robespierre.
Madame.
Is your plan to arm the populace going as planned?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, far from it, madame. The situation is...
Well, this went well.
Even if they were armed and formed into battalions, the Patriots would not be able to fight.
Why is that?
Most of the strategic points in the city are inaccessible. A strange illness strikes all who try. They are seized by an irrational fear, one so great that those who do not lose consciousness go mad or perish on the spot. This makes it impossible to do anything. Any attempt at an uprising is a fool's errand.
What?
The locations you mentioned share a common feature. A statue holding a lantern.
That's right. From what little I could make out, they appear to be depictions of a Vestal Virgin watching over the sacred fire.
Une lanterne des morts.
What do you mean, monsieur?
Lanterns of the dead.
What?
Ancient stone pillars that
Look
are
at this.
found near some cemeteries. Our ancestors kept a fire going on top of them. Today, no one knows what they were used for. A symbol of light triumphing over darkness, perhaps? Others claim that human bones, mercury and lime, were burnt there. Some odious sorcery that was meant to entrap the tormented souls that wandered around the burial grounds.
That makes sense and confirms my observations. I'm now certain that the King's lanterns capture the anima essence of the dead who have been cast into purgatory. And that this essence is what allows the
Hi,
automat
this is
to
what
stay
lets
in
us
motion,
work. This is awkward.
needing a key to
Paternoster quies in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum.
Now that I think about it, madame,
We usually...
you obviously are not subject to the harmful effects
yeah,
of these lanterns.
No, au contraire. When activated, these statues reveal an apparatus
Yeah.
that allows me to repair myself.
It follows that if you destroy these lanterns, the people will be free to fight again.
Unfortunately, they are preternaturally strong. Nothing can so much as damage them.
Come now, no metal is indestructible. If we knew what these lanterns were made of, perhaps I could find a way to destroy them.
Take a look at this ledger, Citoyen Lavoisier. It contains a list of metals. I found it by the factories, near Vauquel's
perfect.
workshop.
Let's see. Steel, molybdenum, very good. Tiens, donc, tungsten
Hey, look!
and zirconium. This master blacksmith knows his trade. These metals can be used to make the strongest alloy imaginable, as long as you have a fortune to invest.
For that, our clockwork tyrant knows no bounds.
Well, Monsieur Lavoisier, is there any way to break this alloy?
Break it? Certainly not. But mineral acid could change its structure. Melt it, perhaps. I would recommend sulfuric acid, or vitriol, if you prefer to use its common name.
Where can I obtain some vitriol?
I had some, but my laboratory at L'Arsenal was ransacked. I can't tell you any more than that. You should ask my colleague, Monsieur Bailly. He uses similar substances in his research.
Well then. Exciting. We will not do that side quest in the interest of time.
Have you found my mother?
No, not yet.
Remember, room...
Goodbye, Citoyen Mirabeau. And down with the Clockwork King.
I'm sad I couldn't find his mother. Like, I looked. Agolias, I think it is implied that this is why the French crown was not in very good straits. You are correct, they are in extremely poor financial straits, in that, you know, the Minister of Finance had personally loaned a comical amount of money to the French government, and so they were horrifically in debt, and every spending by the royal family was seen as, injuries against the... as injuries against the state. I've got so many places. Tame Vitriol. Find the Countess of Covert and return to Saint-Cloud. We'll return to Saint-Cloud because I want to wrap up where we start with, you know, the Queen and Apollinaire. But we'll see how that goes. But yeah, right. I think in this game it is implied that the reason the French crown is in poor financial situation is that they spent a frankly egregious amount of money making robots. Which, you know, valid. I would agree that such an act would put one in poor financial situations. Just a thought. Oh heck, that was not what I wanted to do, but that's fine. This is okay. This ends up being an okay turn of events. You missed. That's not doing a whole lot. That work did a lot more. Just gonna keep being on fire. Just literally keep... Please keep being on fire. Goodbye. Suppose that makes a more active story than terrible handling of debt and weird mismanagement of colonies? Yeah, exactly. I mean, while we like weird mismanagement of colonies historically, in that colonialism get fucked, you know, it does not make compelling narrative reasons and does not support the fiction of the game, and does not lean into the cultural history thought that says, hey, the king is... Ow. Wait, that worked? That worked? Okay. It doesn't lean into the cultural perception, even at the time, of Louis XVI as fundamentally a spendthrift. So, right, I think by and large, I find that this, game tends to, like, try and turn the cultural perceptions up to 11. In terms of the, like, what is it doing? And, like, why... You could say that, right, the, poor handling of debt is largely not the king's fault, right? That he inherited a very unstable financial situation, and, well, he did some things to take care of it. He ultimately was not able to really prevent, or even do that much to discourage, a recession. But, why do that when you could say he was making a robot army and spending a absolute comical amount of money to do so? The French Royal Fur Company was obligated to buy every pelt offered to them. Predictably, this crashed the market, and they were banned from buying any pelts for several... Yeah, I would say that that was a bad idea. Okay, be on fire. Goodbye. I know, it's, well, like, they only just figured out... I'd say that they only just figured out what economics is. That's objectively untrue. But the formal study of the field of economics was only just getting underway. You gotta forgive them for being completely inept at it. Everyone's newbies. But no, we don't give them that grace. Because, you know, as I said, fuck colonialism. And if they mismanage colonialism in funny ways, that is superior to the alternative, which is just colonialism. Right? Efficient colonialism is extremely bad news for, like, everyone involved. So we much prefer inefficient, stupid colonialism. Insofar as, you know, it results in injury to the colonizers and not prevent injury to people who never stood a chance of benefiting from it anyway. You know? Colonizer companies get screwed. Random people just who happen to live in a country with colonies, I'm a little bit sorry. Wait, what? Where'd the second guy come from? Ow. Yeah, that's deserved. Oh god, he nearly killed me. That was extremely close. Not that would have super mattered, because I'm literally next door to where I need to be, but that would have been embarrassing. What? Now, I strongly disagree with that, but that's fine. That's fine, I guess. No, that's travel to Paris. I don't want to travel to Paris. To be fair, the pelt buying ban led to several harsh years for native people who are counting on the fur trade. Yeah. Darn pesky thing of unintended consequences to people who rely on industries that are poorly mismanaged. I just want to have funny colonialism moments. Oh. I can't go back that way. And this way's blocked, so I can't go over there. There's nothing through here I can break, so... Alright, we'll go the way we're intended to, I guess. I guess. There's so much new stuff in here. Also, what a gorgeous view of the riverbank. rolled. I'm glad that you did not, like, join us. That would have been really bleh. Is that a frog? Look at the frog. Chat. Frogga. You know, I wonder... Definitely frame, you know, lots of flame effects make the frame rate go sad. I'm also kind of curious if they're trying to load the entire levels at the same time. Oh, heck. Why did the tiger just... Now, like, we swear this is supposed to be a tiger, right? Because it did shake me like it was a terrier. And I know tigers and terriers start with the same letter, but, like, come on. They shouldn't be. Exactly, right? It would be a horrifying decision to fully say, let's load whole levels at the same time. But at the same time, I'm not entirely sure that, like, the situation is right in terms of just raw aesthetics of the design. I'm not sure it's so much different between Saint-Cloud and the rest of the game to justify, like, the frame rate tripling. Like, there were whole significant times where we were just not having frames. And we have pretty good frames through this entire thing. Like, we are... I might jinx us yet, but... at this exact moment, we actually have a pretty sound quantity of frames. And, ha! I'm invincible while opening doors. Goodbye. Frogs. Hello, frogs. Goodbye, frogs. Goodbye, frogs. Don't go anywhere. And we should be able to just go straight up this way, right? Over the bridge. Oh. Fair enough. No, don't mind me. I'm just gonna leave. Gonna continue to leave. The Chateau de Saint-Cloud. Perfect. The side entrance to the Chateau de Saint-Cloud. Hooray! And here we go. Ow. I don't think I can get up there. I don't think I'm able to get in through the window right here where I started. Well, that's no fun. What did I miss? I mean, it's been a while. I'm sure I missed several things. But I must have missed a way to get into the front of the building. Most relevantly. Like, say, a wall I could bust down? No. Still no. This door doesn't open. And I don't think I can get onto that upper bridge. So what am I missing? What road did I miss? As I head back over to here. Give me more shortcuts. Please. I want to go through this door right here. I mean, really, that's what I want. I want to go through this door. But it's not going to let me. So, I guess let's head this way around? Yeah, I just missed a turn. That's fair. I just completely missed a turn. That is on me. Ooh, I can unlock this door from here. Let me unlock this door first. Because I feel bad. It will not best me. Ow. Though, these guys might get past me, I won't lie. What? I did block that. Hard disagree. Oh well. So, we've now made our way in here. We've got a reinforced armor module. That's exciting. There's a Vestal over there. What else is there? This is locked. There was another thing over here, wasn't there? Remember that there's one thing. I think I saw another door down this way. In the basins. There's so many things. And... no. I don't have to deal with them, so why would I deal with them? A door that is locked. Fair enough. I guess I should have seen that coming. Ooh, look at the pretty blue tulips. I should have gotten distracted by the tulips. Oh no. Not my economic scam. Whatever will I do? Crash the Dutch economy again? And die for it. And let's level up. Okay. Level up, check. Dodging this guy, check. I don't need whatever item he's got. Oh. Hello.
You called, Madame?
Aegis, thank heavens you're here. We're under siege. In the courtyard, one of the king's creatures. It seems determined to destroy the chateau walls. It's as if it came here for us.
Here is the key to the gate. It will lead you to the courtyard.
Hurry. Our lives are in your hands.
Alright, thank you, British Marie Antoinette. I guess now we'll go this way. I love all the little froggies. They're silly, but I love them. Yoink. Unlock. Don't suppose you're going to, like, let me unlock this easily, are you? No? Lever? Lever. Hooray, clockwork! Thank you. Okay. Where are we off to next? Inside the courtyard of the Chateau de Saint-Cloud. We will fight somebody. I don't know who. Hey, that rhymed, didn't it? And now we fight a couple of things. And if we head over this way, I want to see what... I mean, obviously that's the fight. Right, the obvious fight is obvious. I see the arena. I want to see what's not that direction first, because there's a couple of things that seem vaguely interesting, like one up here. Oh. Never mind. Stairways to nowhere! Hurrah! Alright, now let's fight the thing, and then let's go to Versailles. You know, ending up from Royal Palace 1 to Royal Palace 2. Ah? The funny bonks. What a great bonk sound. Ow. I dodged that. Fine. Oof. You're basically immune to that. Alright. Noted. You're basically immune to that too. Also noted. The little wops. Yeah, it's just my favorite sound effect so far. What the hell? Wait, what? What? Don't? Could you not? Could you not, though? No. 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 What? We rolled this thing. What are you doing? What? Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Oh no. No. Sorry, the weird bonks are no longer fun. No. Those were a child going wah. Wah.
You're safe, madame.
Mon Dieu. Ages. Why did this abomination attack us?
I do not know, madame.
Bon sang. Have you lost your mind? The king wants us dead and has sent this unholy creature after us.
Not.
His madness knows no bounds. There isn't a single subject in the kingdom that he does not see.
So we just murdered the Dauphin.
What fate does he have in store for your children? He would never. Fine. Play blind and deaf as long as you like, Antonia. As for me, I won't let that demon commit one more crime.
Gabrielle, no! I order you not to. Leave us, Aegis. I must speak privately with Madame de Polignac.
Very well, madame.
Yeah, in memory of the Dauphin. Where's the Dauphin? I feel bad now. Oh, the Orpheus part of the name. The king who's brought someone back from the dead. The someone being his eldest son. Blech. We knew that was likely to happen at some point, didn't we? Well, yes. Well, I forgot to save my game, so oops. I wish I'd given me that warning before I loaded in. We recommend creating a save now, but oh well, so be it.
Here we are, Versailles. I feel a new flame burning inside me, a force that compels me to make my way into the heart of the palace. Athenais.
I hope it's saved. Oh, does it just autosave before that point and then it just doesn't? It gives me an autosave at that point just regardless. Ooh. The music. Also, chat. The other thing that's super fun here is that it is dawn, right? This is the first time we've been able to see Paris during the day, and that is just super nice. Right? Here at Versailles, a place I've actually been to. I haven't been since 2017? Yeah, it must have been like December 2017 was when I went to Versailles. And it's really lovely. I mean, the line to get in was long, but like, it's really lovely. Obviously, most of this is exactly as this thing stands today, with one notable exception. I want to look through the grate. No, don't. You don't gotta do me like this. You goofy robot. You goofy robot. There we go. Ow. That's a super reliable block. Interesting. Interesting. The game seems to have gotten confused by that. There's one notable difference. Let me in! Let me in! Well, the rest of it, like, right... You can just kind of roll up here, and there's a McDonald's down just through those gates. And then you come up this way. And there's a security checkpoint here. Aw. And then you have a line that goes back and forth and 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 back and forth. And then another checkpoint over there to get into that side door, and from there you can access the rest of the palace. It's a good time. Look, I could also squeeze through the fence in real life, but for some reason they don't allow that either. There's also a really lovely, like, garden down this way these days. Maybe it's through there, actually. Maybe the garden's through there. There's a nice cafe over there, too. I do not remember the inside layout very well, but it is really fun. It is a place I super duper recommend going if you're ever in Paris. Like, I mean, yeah, tourist spot Versailles, but like, super worth it. 100% worth it. That was me after walking around all of a December day, though.
General de Lafayette told me to go this way to enter the gardens, but how could he have managed to make it out alive?
Hello? Aw, didn't give me the sneak. Ow. Heck. Heck. There's 3 of them. There we are. That'll help. Ow. There we go. Aw. That didn't work. Oh, no, doggos. And by doggos, I mean cados. Ow. Who's behind me? I need you to not. Just wait until I finish the things, and then you can. Cado, are you feeling okay? Heck. I don't like that. I prefer this. There we go. Success! We proceeded to do significant murder. And isn't there a chapel right here? Like, there's a really significant chapel somewhere over in this area. Oh. Aw. Oh, camera. Camera, please. I just want to get up there to get the shiny. Oh well. Say I love you. Through here. And from here back through. So, here. Bread. Oh, what a lovely broth. Look at the bread. Simple fare, but well laid out. Beautiful rug. The papers strewn in it are a choice, but gorgeous rug. And it's all yellow. Versailles is so charming. And after all of the mess that was, you know, the rest of Paris, It is so nice to see a place where the primary thing is not at least and primarily fires and barricades and chaos. Like, I know this is a scam. Like, that's the point. This is just a scam. And is indicative of what the king and his squad is doing. But I don't care, it's pretty.
Oh, you've come back to us.
What?
My child. My sweet child.
It's all right, my queen. He stopped shouting. The doctors are with him.
Is the queen the last boss?
Let me hold him. Don't worry. I'm sure that...
Oh, look! He's moving! My son! Oh, my son! Grâce à Dieu! We've done it!
He's alive, Gabrielle! Yes, my queen, he has been saved! Praise be to the good Dr. Lemonnier!
Grand Dieu!
What's going on, Gabrielle?
Here! Step back, Robin! Silence, everyone! Louis Joseph! Hear my voice!
My child!
Seigneur! Oh mon Dieu! What on earth? Your Majesty! We must retreat! Leave him! Go!
Oh, my queen!
Oh, go! Hurry up and close that door!
De Grasse, let me see him!
No, madame. It is over.
You must go to Versailles.
No, my son! My darling angel!
Alright, yeah, you're right, it's de Polignac. That last framing made it very clear that de Polignac is the final boss. Or is the boss of this area? I guess? Which, what a choice. I guess she did not listen to the Queen's advice that she should not go to Versailles, but that's her. That's on her. We picked up the smelling salts, which means which is an echo of a possession for the person who held them, which is de Polignac. Well, find the General de Lafayette. If you insist. Ow. I disagree. Be on fire. Then I'll go annoy some other people. There we go. See? Sufficiently annoyed. Ow. Can you finish being on fire, please? Thank you. We already killed the child, unfortunately. Which is never a sentence I feel happy about saying on the stream. But I believe we have already killed Louis Joseph. You know, this is a job for gun. Nope, stop it. Attack the correct people. There we go, that should help. Kaboom. Kaboom. And, ow. Yes, yes, I know, you can also do it. Congratulations. Alright. Well, I think there's the next echo. Through a door I can't get through, as usual. Huh. And we only just barely made that jump. That's fine. Just barely still made it. I do wonder how Lafayette made that jump. Just a thought. Is Lafayette a god? Okay, the... Really not gonna let me through? The snaky guys are way cooler in daylight when you can actually see the amount of color put into them. That's super cool. And the amount of gold and all the richness of design, like, all of that looks really good in the daylight. I already liked the design, but that makes it really, really nice. Heck. There's the second one. I'm unafraid. Aw, you just missed. Heck. Yeah, that was dumb of me. His patriotism carried him aloft. Of course, how could I have been so foolish? The power of British accents also helped. Now, if I could open a gate, that would be lovely. In lieu of that, I will accept this. Give. Those are useless! Why would I be needing bronze and iron at this point in the game? Give me Ora Halchem or give me nothing. Or at least bismuth. Like, I'll take bismuth. And this goes nowhere and accomplishes... Oh, no, never mind. It does go somewhere. I was gonna say this goes nowhere and accomplishes nothing, but no, it's just another path to here. In essence of a lesser spirit. Seriously, I swear they take us for fools at this point. Right, they gave me a lesser spirit. They gave me some, like, bronze and iron.
The Petit Trianon is at the end of this path. I cannot get to it. I'll have to enter the labyrinth.
Ooh, that's fun. Are you gonna get lost, Aegis? That's a lot of doggos. Yeah, thanks for getting closer. Hedge maze robot brawl. That's fun. And another bit of referring to something that is like very prominent in Versailles, obviously. Versailles Labyrinth is incredibly well known, so we can't put too much stock in the fact that they mentioned it. But the fact that they mentioned it is still, you know, yet another case of how this game seems to be really interested in like the presentations of these like cultural features. No, landmarks, yes, but features that are best known for cultural heritage value rather than strictly or exclusively there. No, freeze. Damn it. No, don't. You can't heal them. No healing allowed. Honestly. I am the only one who can heal around here. Alright, one hedge maze robot brawl. Accomplished. And now we are in the Dauphin's Labyrinth, which is good and enjoyable. I didn't go into the labyrinth when I was here. I mean, right, you can see the backside of Versailles there. But it is very fun, and right, like, I mean, these hedge mages, effectively, are one of the big bits of, like, cultural entertainment in elite, like, garden culture of the period. And so it's, like, of course the palace should have a labyrinth. Why wouldn't we want a hedge maze? A bassoon-filled hedge maze. Having de-bassooned the hedge maze, we can head around this way? Yeah. We can head around this way. That was dumb of me. Oh well. Again, I was still behind it. Oh well. Were there hedge mazes before? Did Versailles popularize them? I'm like 98% sure there were hedge mazes before. Like, Versailles is super famous, but I think it's famous for its complexity and size, not for its, like, existence. Because there are labyrinths in Elizabethan England as well. Some of the, like, 17th century, I think. I think it's actually Jacobean England, but regardless, early modern England also has, you know, the shared elite culture, and therefore also hedge mazes. It's just that Versailles is ridiculous. Oh no, not a bassoon. Ow. Ha! Your bassoon's on fire. What are you gonna do about it? Apparently, get on fire more? Be more on fire. Note, we at Little History do not condone the burning of woodwinds. Brasses, if you can light them on fire, we can talk about. But woodwinds, no. I'll even... Hooray, we get through here, and the next spot. Unstable gargoyle. That's not good. I prefer my gargoyles to be very stable. Just a thought. I'm bad. I'm in a lot of trouble, actually. I have aggroed 4. Dang it. Something that would be charged up enough to get something, but now... one of these should go dodge into a thing. Nope. Move. Thank you. Now you're frozen. Now you're dead. Perfect. Ah, boo. I was doing so good, too. I was so close to being incredible. Stabilizer. Oh, hey, and there's a guy that we just failed to aggro. Goodbye. See? Goodbye. Wow, and we have 42,000 souls now? That's pretty impressive. Thank you. Now, I would not read those as a Vestal version, TBH, but that's maybe just me. Just saying. I need 2,000 more. Well, that should be attainable. Given that all these guys respawned. This should actually be super easy. Oh, that's only 400. Heck. Really? They're only 400 apiece? You're 500. Alright, I need like 200 more. That's doable. Heck. Wait, this is bad. I failed. I whiffed. You're 500. 29,131. And... 468. Oldest surviving hedge maze is 1690 in Surrey. Okay. Awesome. That feels reasonable. Like, well, I'm by no metric an expert in the period, right? Late 17th century? Feels reasonable. Well, you know, Guinness at least usually puts a vague attempt into verifying their stuff. So, in this case, we'll take their word for it. That feels easier than the alternative. Which is me doing a lot of completely unnecessary work to reach most likely the same... What's the Queen doing here? Also, you know, can I make sure I need to be careful about what I am and am not doing? The game crashed. Incredible. The game has in fact crashed. So that's something. Hopefully, it is back and normal and stable. Too many particles in the cutscene? Too many somethings in the something. We'll see how much space I lost. That's alright. The entire time I've played this, this is the only time we've crashed. I've heard some people had quite a few crashes, especially in the early days when this game was out, so... I'm gonna take one crash. One crash feels pretty good. But now all the resources were freed up, and we should be all set.
Our plan is foolproof. Monsieur Cléry will be waiting for you at Gros Caillou at the appointed time. But I warn you, do not be late.
Don't worry, monsieur. I will not fail you.
Very well. As for the rest, everything is explained in this letter. Mesdames, the die is cast. In a week, God willing, you will be in Vienna, and the children under the Emperor's protection.
They're blaming...
Someone is coming. Monsieur, you must leave. Your Grace. Monsieur, to what do we owe this honor?
Mesdames, we are in grave danger. In Paris, the people are up in arms. I've been informed that the rebels are marching on the palace.
What do you mean?
There is no need to be alarmed. You are to be taken to Saint-Cloud and placed under competent protection. Have your people prepare your things. You will leave Versailles in an hour.
He's the only one with a French accent.
Good heavens, my queen. How will I get to the children? Oh, mon Dieu. All is lost.
What? Louis the 16th? Yeah, no, not even slightly. Look, Lafayette is exactly the kind of person who will quote Caesar at the slightest provocation. Like, come on. That is the most Lafayette thing imaginable. To have literally no reason to quote Caesar, and you have to quote Caesar anyway.
Aegis, here you are at last. You've come at just the right time. Madame, go and find the children. We must get going.
No, we can't. I can't.
The children here, at the Petit Trianon.
Yes, they are upstairs in the Queen's room.
General, you and I both know what is coming. You must take them to safety post-haste.
No, I will not leave without Gabrielle.
Madame de Polignac, what happened to her?
Something strange is going on here. The Automats will not come within 100 paces.
The King's orders, no doubt. He wants to protect his family from his
Of course he would. He'll go about his breakfast here. Yeah.
To explore the area to gauge the size of the enemy forces. The fool. She left so heedlessly that she was captured before our eyes, and we couldn't do anything to help her.
Where did the Ottomans take her?
They went towards the palace.
All right.
Get the children. They must not remain at Versailles any longer.
Have no fear, madame. I will take you to a place where all three of you will be safe.
I will help Madame de Polignac.
Dieu te vienne en aide. You are her only hope.
Don't delay, Aegis. Our companions are ready to take the palace as soon as you have destroyed its protectors. I will join you when I have fulfilled my commitment to Her Majesty.
All right. The chateau key. And a box. Give me a box. Let's get a new item now, right? Please be armor. Ah, it's a new weapon. Blech. Don't really need a new weapon. I like the ones I've got. Though to be fair, some of these do look fun. The Requiem Mallet. A hammer with a gun in it. La Brise and Francisca. Also known as an axe. And a second axe. I mean, that is quality. I do like that. It just doesn't feel like what I want right now, because I don't have a way to upgrade it. But I have to admit, the courage...
Something has changed. The bond that tied me to the Queen. The force that compelled me to protect her. It's gone. It's been broken.
Ow. Step 1. Done. Step 2. En route. Ah, boom. That was dumb of me. And we're good. Stage 2 done. I assume that one actually is the one that leads to the chateau. I'd at least guess that. That's okay, we shall check anyway. You would like to stay? How much longer do I expect to be streaming? I don't know how long is left here. We already have 2 of the 3 things. But... at the same token, it could easily be another, like, half an hour or more to the end of the game. So... I genuinely don't know. Aw. Now, I think I had landed that fine, but that's okay. That one I accept. Like, I appreciate you sticking around, but also do get rest if you need rest. Like, the VOD will be here, but this needs to be the last one for multiple reasons, and so this is going to be the last one. Oh, look, good. That is hopefully de Polignac's last thing. Oh, this is... maybe? Unclear who this is. I mean, this is us and the whole squad, but... Hey, look! We got the... Aww. The bassoons are no longer evil, chat.
The key, Athenais. The key.
I gave it to you earlier. Please, it's no matter. Once again, we were treated to a charming show.
Oh, it was much more than that, Monsieur de Vaucanson. This automate is a masterpiece. A mechanical marvel. It could do much more than dance, ne croyez-vous pas?
Yes, it can murder other robots. Wait. I think that's us. I think that is not a piece relevant to the Madame de Polignac. I think that is a piece extremely relevant to us. Oh, well that worked. That was not quite the button I was intending to hit, but that's fine. That actually worked out really nicely. God, when this combat, like, sticks together, and all the tools are cooperating, it is extremely fun. Like, I gotta say, the combat here is incredibly fun when it's all the pieces are gelling, and are supporting each other, and your build works. There's times when the build just doesn't work, and then it's not as fun. But when the build works, then it's all just incredibly enjoyable. But now I wonder, where is the chateau entrance? Like, it's not the place I anticipated it to be. There's nowhere to use a key in this vicinity. There's nothing else down there. I mean, the palace is up there, so, like, one would think that the entrance would be over this way. But of course, thinking and being are not always... Oh god. Chat, can I just say that I am very, very happy that those do not come to life? I have found our solution. Back into the Dauphin's labyrinth. Over the wall. Boom. And we are back. Around to here. Allez, Royal. And we sit. I mean, I just don't want to fight something that hefty. Hang on, this is the same, like, Rolly Boy, as Lafayette was stuck in. Now, at that point, that's cheating, Louis. Like, if you're gonna turn the Bishop of Nancy into a robot, the least you could do is give him a unique robot. Like, come on, that's just rude at this point. Oh, dogs. Beautiful. There's one. There's two. Ah, boo. Didn't get number 2 off. Problem solving. And that doesn't go anywhere. But this does. Perfect. Maybe due to budget cuts? No. I mean, I guess he did spend an awful lot of money on those Vestals. I guess. I like having Vestals, I like having save points, so I guess I'll accept that. Or it's a petty insult. You know, that would be in spirit. Right, what could be more in spirit in the petty bullshit that makes up like 80% of elite culture of the 18th century, than insulting someone by not giving them a unique statue? Or trapping their soul in a unique robot. Read that as you will. Ow. Ow. Line up for me, will you? Thank you. Beautiful. Magnificent. Like, I do enjoy when we have oddly specific insults like that. It is in line with the culture. And I am afraid I'm not very good at playing that particular game of petty bullshit. Oh, heck. No, don't. Boo. I don't agree, but that's fine. But I should be careful and actually heal, huh? Anyway. Nice theater. 10 out of 10. Do love amphitheaters. Is that a shiny at top? There's a chest. And a golden frog. Chat, I've got the golden frog. And the last Lavoisier sublimator. Well, that's 2 for 2 on useful things. It's so good at displaying just how stupidly opulent Versailles is. Like, that's one of my favorite things I'm seeing about this area right now, is that they communicate the sense of how absurdly wealthy the palace at Versailles is. Really spectacularly. What's... module key. Well, I don't need those, but it's nice to have them, I guess. See, I made the assumption that the ones in the shop were there for a reason and not just convenience. And it turns out they were just there for convenience. Which I like. I think I like that design decision. Mostly? I think I mostly like that design decision. Right, it does give you plenty of... Right, plenty of chances to make up for any you might miss. Because it's hard to go back and re-get them. So... Anyway. Hopefully they don't make the echo for the final echo super missable, because that would be embarrassing. And just not fun. Oh, come on, I blocked that. Totally block that. But right, like, hopefully for such an important plot character, they will not let us miss the most relevant thing. We'll see how that goes. Because I did somehow manage to miss one in the Bastille, so hopefully I do better this time. I wish to do better this... Oh, okay. So we head over this way. We go across, and then we go up there, and then we navigate. Perfect. We gaming. We got these. Hard disagree game, but that's fine. Okay, that one I agree with. That was entirely me. Oh well, away we go. Bonk. And bonk. And bonk. And bonk. Alright, Wolfie, have a good night. The rest of it will be in the VOD, and you will see whether you missed all that much or not there. But please do get rest. Thank you, and good night. So. Lingerie. There it is. Found it. Hello.
Madame, the Estates General brandish the threat of rebellion. There is plotting afoot. They are stirring up the populace.
Boo!
They are making
Boo the populace!
A number of representatives of the nobility and the clergy have taken up the cause of the Third
Including your cousin.
As for my army, there is not a man among them I can trust. That is why I have made new arrangements for you.
Uh-oh.
From now on, the Swiss Guard will no longer be protecting you.
Then who will, my love?
Take a look for yourself. Be assured you are in sturdier hands.
Whatever do you mean? Isn't that Lucia? Monsieur Vaucanson's dancing?
Wait. What? Why do we have a different face? This isn't us. Chan, wait. This isn't us.
Aegis, this is Her Majesty the Queen. You are now to serve her. Make sure no harm comes to her and obey the orders she will give you.
Madame, I am at your service.
He can speak. This makes no sense. This is sorcery.
Make no mistake, madame, it is science, which we owe to the work of the Count.
Okay, but like, he made us white.
And which will soon be made known to the entire world.
The literal whitewashing. Like, excuse me. You cannot literally whitewash us. We are so much prettier this way.
The marble courtyard is this way. Someone is expecting me. I can feel it. I must prepare for the worst.
Oh good, we have now done a tour around Versailles. And we'll just roll this guy real quick. Ow, get rolled real quick. Roll these guys again real quick. Ow. Continue to get rolled. Decide that we are the superior life form. Confirm that we are the superior life form. And then open a lever. Is it the... Well. Someone waits for us. It's deeply wonder how much subtext is lost by allowing the player to choose Aegis appearance at first and then making her by default black. Yeah! Right. That is an interesting question, Magistressa. Right? Because I think most players would say, oh, you know, make her porcelain white. But I think we gained a lot more by making her be black, and making that an option is really important. What? She is a peacock. Madame Polignac has become a peacock. Well, this rules. Can I just, like, shoot at Cagliostro, please? Oh, heck. Oh, nope, that's bad. Polignac has laser beams. Ow. Let's get that heal buff up. Ow. Ha, parried. I can get a double parry. I just need to be a little bit better. You gonna laser beam? Yeah, there's the laser beam. Let's get that buff up again. Then get it back in here. Get the stagger. Ah. Yeah, there's the stagger. That did almost nothing. But there's a phase change. She got nukes. God, she's so scary. Holy... Oh, God. Yeah, there's the double parry. Ow. I should not trust my own health. Rolled. That was close. That was scary, chat. That was extremely scary.
You struggle in vain, dancer. You're not long for this world.
Yeah? The point being? It is known. I know we're not long for this world.
Oh, see how the Aegis turns against its master.
Alright, this one should be easy, chat.
You are not my master, tyrant. You never were.
I am quite happy to concede this point, but what about the Count? Have you forgotten that he gave you life and whispered the order that animates you? Look how he runs, the coward. Do you understand what he has in mind? La pauvre enfant, sleeping so sweetly. She won't be dreaming for long now.
Yeah, well, he's tied up, so we should be okay. We literally can run faster than...
Don't move.
The time has come to set you free, Aegis. This whore's
Hey,
soul
fuck
has
you.
poisoned your cogs for too long. Adieu, sad puppet. to die.
Athenais.
Now we'll take.
The sun is rising, and you have slept for far too long. The beauty of this world longs for you, just as you long for its light. For you are like the flowers that open in the morning. I know you, mon ami. We loved each other. Vous en souviens-t-il? You gave me your heart. So please, let me give you mine today. Vive heureuse, Athenais. For it is happily that I leave this world.
I have big feelings.
Monsieur, we have the king. It is now up to us to wield his scepter. In this trying time, crucial decisions must be made without delay.
First and foremost, we must take back Paris.
And how do we do that, mon Dieu? There are automats everywhere, and they are constantly regenerated by their crimes.
We have the king. Cagliostro has fled, but he is leaving a trail of blood. I doubt he will survive his injuries. As a result, the automats are left to their own devices, with no one to give them orders and no reinforcements. And since I'm sure that Parisians will no longer venture out into the streets, the machines will soon have no more souls to harvest. Sooner or later they will no longer be able to move, and par la grâce de Dieu will become inanimate objects again. It's a matter of days, weeks at most.
Mais ensuite, once peace has been restored, what of the kingdom?
This is indeed a crucial issue. Leaving the nation without a government would expose it to the greatest danger.
Worse, it would condemn it to civil war.
Eh bien quoi, monsieur? Can you not govern together?
Unfortunately, the disagreements that divide our assembly run
Ah, Raymond, imagine suggesting those two get along.
is that we have been given a chance to choose the person who shall succeed the tyrant.
I claim this honor.
Excuse me? For what reason, je vous prie?
Enfin, simply consider the arguments for it.
Speak, Monsieur le Marquis. You have our full attention.
To begin with, I rescued the Dauphin from his father's clutches and ensured the dynasty's stability. The child will reign as Henri V. We will appoint someone with great wisdom to act as regent until he comes of age.
Fie. The people do not need a crowned puppet.
Yes, they do. Now more than ever before. Once the Assembly has adopted a constitution, the people will welcome a sovereign who will protect it.
A king and a constitution, like oil and water.
Go on, Monsieur le Marquis.
I have the gunpowder that the king had seized. With it, I shall ensure the security of the kingdom within and beyond its borders.
Can we be sure that you will not use it to oppress the people, or to embark on some foolhardy conquest? We know your ambitions, Monsieur le Marquis.
And you wrongly accuse me. I have never, in my entire life, done anything that was not to further the cause of freedom. Do you forget that in America I helped overthrow the English?
And acquired a British accent in the process.
Who could forget that ruinous adventure?
You are quick to condemn men of action, provincial lawyer that you are. Monsieur, I rest my case.
Very well. Monsieur, we must now make our decision. May each of us respect this decision and set aside our personal interests for the sake of peace.
Exactly. Just, you know, March of 2020.
Approves the appointment of the Marquis de Lafayette.
And we got an achievement, Royalist. As we stand here.
The court bows before the Marquis de Lafayette, Lieutenant Général du Royaume.
Louis de Bourbon, former King of France, in the name of King Henri, fifth of his name, in light of the innumerable crimes of which you have been found guilty, this extraordinary royal court sentences you to the ultimate atonement. The sentence will be carried out on the hour. In its great mercy, the court will now hear your last words.
No, it won't. The crowd will shout him out, shout him down.
My loyal subjects, since you must lead a lamb to the altar, since you must offer a sacrifice to this new France that you intend to
Loads of people died before the king did.
I will be that sacrifice. How dreadful this world is, where beauty is doomed to fade and flesh decays. I found no consolation in this world. I vainly thought I was given
Boo! Boo this man! Boo!
mortal bodies. The Grim Reaper was my sworn enemy. Influenced by the most awful of men, I believed that the genius of machinery could overcome death itself. Alas, I have lost this fight, and am branded with the mark of murderer.
Yeah, because you committed murder.
Life, even more than the crown, was heavy for me to bear.
Boo! Boo!
Too long under the thumb of nature, which I despised. As a child, I saw my older brother die. I lost my father in the prime of his life, and then my mother, who was even younger. My beloved daughter did not live a year. As for my son, the first of my heirs, I unknowingly gave him to drink from a poisoned cup. I mourn the death of these poor souls daily. My death will not unite us, of this I am certain. For I, in my misery, have lost the support of my faith. Sir Executioner, lay me down on this board of adieu. I will sleep now. Sleep at last, and not to dream.
Don't quote Shakespeare. Hang on. You don't. I mean, I understand that that's a resonant thing, but please don't quote Shakespeare at us. Wait. Now, game. Game. Don't tell me that now that we have a pre-rendered cutscene that you're going to make Athenais white. Hang on. Gabe, you can't do this to us. Oh well. And on that note, this was Steelrising. Obviously, we kind of broke history a little bit at the end there, setting up Lafayette as the regent for Henri V. But up until then, there is a lot of interesting stuff going on, right? condensing our timeline a smidge, but doing a lot to communicate both the memory of the French Revolution and the people who shaped it, and the actual cultural trends of the moment. Obviously, it face plants in a couple of important ways. Firstly, the last cutscene making Athenias white. Don't do that. If you're gonna give the player control over that, respect that control. I get you probably have to pre-render that because the animation for that sequence is complicated. But don't do that. The game is more interesting if Athenias is black. Honestly. When it has some really interesting examinations of race and racial agency, having that intersectional black woman robot makes that way more resonant and way more interesting and makes several characters way more cool. The other place I think it falls short is, of course, gender. Our female characters are Polignac, the Queen, who does not survive this, by the way. She also gets executed. If Robespierre, I should say, if Robespierre wins, I assume she would get executed. But Lafayette won, so maybe she doesn't. Athenias and Aegis. Given that, the probably second most significant moment of the first year of the French Revolution, after the storming of the Bastille, was led by women, I wanted to see more. I wanted to see people like Olympe de Gouges and more closely examine the Queen and Polignac and the women involved with the October days, October 5th, 1789 march, to Versailles. We enact that, sort of, right? In that we, Aegis, the woman robot, goes to Versailles and forces the king to move, but that's not quite the same thing. Overall, though, the good way outweighs the bad. Right, let's be clear. I think this game does things like no other history game has even tried to do, and I think it succeeds at most of them in really interesting ways. Even the stupid fancy nonsense, the occultism and all that stuff, is pulling on enough threads of real history and real mentality to be really interesting. Right? To really enable some particularly fun and interesting stories to start being drawn out. And the way in which this occultism, right, this belief, this really genuine mysticism that is swirling in the cultural milieu of this moment is affecting the philosophies of the revolution. Like, games don't represent that. Most histories of the French Revolution don't represent that. And so it's cool to see a game that tries to do that. And so, in a lot of ways, I think this game is a fun case study in how you can use history to accomplish those ends, or use fantasy to accomplish those historical ends. So yes, I hope you all enjoyed this. I certainly did. Also, right, just by the way, right, the writing and the acting and the direction at the moments that count was really, really good. And that's hard to do. Like, I'm not gonna even slightly pretend that is easy. Right? It would be very easy to make a robot that you do not get invested in. And yet they did. I had lots of feelings. I felt bad. I felt bad for everyone. But yes, this will not be the last time, as I said, we visit Steelrising. There is a DLC planned, so certainly when that comes out, we'll take a look at it. And also, whenever the folks that expressed interest, whenever I can schedule them in, to have them come on, talk about the French Revolution a little more, and folks like Abbé Gregoire, we're gonna come back and we're gonna explore what that's like. But still, for now, we wrap up our playthrough of Steelrising. Big thanks as always to our patrons who make this possible, and to everyone who subscribed, chatted, and gifted subs during it. I super appreciate it, y'all. Thank you for sticking around for a 5-hour stream. I try and not do those these days, but here we are. So, we'll be back on Sunday with more Cult of the Lamb, but until then, thank you all, and I hope you all have a absolutely